Chapter 1577. Huangfu Qingtian's attack was shockingly powerful, but Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist weren't ordinary people either. How could they be killed so easily? Facing Huangfu Qingtian's attack, Lin Feng's expression remained indifferent as he used the 9 slashes of the Devil Emperor. Boundless demonic light intertwined, condensing into a destructive attack. As for Wu Liang Daoist, it was even simpler as he directly took out several hundred talismans. This Daoist disdains to fight with you. I'll just use these talismans to kill you. Wu Liang Daoist sneered. Daoists were skilled in alchemy, talismans, formations, and many other things. Wu Liang Daoist was even more proficient in this field. These talismans were branded with various secret techniques, and they were all activated by Wu Liang Daoist. Asterisk Bang Bang, asterisk Lin Feng's attack, and Wu Liang Daoist talismans all exploded in the void. Then, waves of destructive energy swept through the world. Under the combined attack of the two, Huangfu Qingtian's attack was broken. At that moment, the black-clothed man flew over from afar and shouted, "Leave quickly! Someone save those people. If we don't leave now, we'll be in trouble if they block our way." Huangfu Qingtian's expression changed slightly, but then he nodded gloomily. His cold eyes swept over Lin Feng as he said coldly, "Lin Feng, the 10-year battle is about to begin. I'll let you live for a few more months, but when the time comes, I'll make sure you die, without a grave." As soon as he finished speaking, Huangfu Qingtian quickly flew into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. It's still unknown who will live and who will die. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk at that moment. The huge statue of Yuanshi Tianzun collapsed with a loud bang, turning into pieces of rubble. The divine power contained within the statue was completely devoured by the bloody arm. Now, the bloody arm was floating in the air, emitting a demonic blood-red light. Lin Feng looked at Wu Liang Daoist and asked, "What's the origin of that bloody arm?" The immeasurable Daoist replied, "It's quite a big story, but I can't tell you so casually as it'll scare you to death." Lin Feng didn't ask any further. He understood immeasurable Daoist's character very well. If this damned Daoist didn't want to say something, then no matter how hard you tried to get to the bottom of it, he still wouldn't say it. This damned Daoist priest looked unreliable, but he was actually cunning and sly. Moreover, his mouth was extremely tight. This kind of personality was the most difficult to deal with. It was almost impossible to get information from this kind of person. The immeasurable Daoist held the bronze coffin with both hands and chanted an incantation. The bloody arm flew back into the bronze coffin. Then, the immeasurable Daoist put away the bronze coffin. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang did not stay for long. Instead, they quickly left. For Lin Feng, destroying Huangfu Qingtian's heavenly master Yuanshi's inheritance was the biggest gain. Of course, Lin Feng was not without other gains. The heaven-devouring jar seemed to have swallowed something from the whirlpool, but Lin Feng didn't have time to see what it was. Not long after, Lin Feng saw Du Zhu and the astral beast. They didn't stay in the origin secret region any longer. Instead, they quickly left. Lin Feng took out the Xianyuan ancient ship, but the immeasurable Daoist didn't board it. Instead, he slipped away. "That guy's movements are strange," muttered Du Zhu. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "He must have obtained something, and he wants to leave. I don't think he'll come back to the continent of Tianwu." Lin Feng was very familiar with the immeasurable Daoist character. If the immeasurable Daoist hadn't obtained a treasure, he would have definitely returned to the martial heaven continent with him. Now that he had slipped away, he was most likely going to study the treasure he had obtained. However, as for what the immeasurable Taoist had obtained, only he knew. Lin Feng had no way of finding out. "What did you obtain, young master?" asked the astral beast. "It seems to have swallowed something as well. This isn't the place to talk. Let's leave first," said Lin Feng. The Xianyuan ancient ship quickly flew into the distance and left the starry sea. At that moment, Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar. With a thought, he took out the thing the jar had swallowed. Core energy. Du Zhu and the astral beast were shocked. That original strength was extremely powerful. Lin Feng was stupefied when he sensed the qi. "I wonder whose source energy it is." Lin Feng frowned. Asked Du Zhu. "Such pure and powerful core energy. Could it be Yuanshi Tianzuan's?" The astral beast smiled. "No matter whose core energy it is, young master will definitely be able to greatly increase your cultivation base after refining it. You might even be able to break through to the God realm." Lin Feng nodded. Although this core energy wasn't much, it was exceptionally powerful. It could indeed help Lin Feng complete his transformation. This starry sky world is quiet and deserted. It's the best place to break through. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. The commotion caused by his breakthrough was too great. Back when he had broken through to the rebirth realm, a tribulation had occurred. It attracted a lightning tribulation that covered an area of over 100 miles. The momentum was extremely frightening. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. If he broke through to the God realm, he would transform from a mortal to a god. The commotion would be even greater. If he broke through in the Tianwu continent, he didn't know how many people would be alerted. He didn't know how many people would come to kill him. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Many powerful cultivators like to kill geniuses and steal their karmic luck to strengthen themselves. Karmic luck was a mysterious thing, but it truly existed. On the other hand, luck was extremely important to cultivators. Some people were killed by meteorites when they went out. Some people found treasures when they went out. This was because of the difference in karmic luck, resulting in two completely different lives. The more talented a person was, the stronger their karmic luck. Killing a genius would allow one to steal their karmic luck. This was perhaps one of the main reasons why many experts liked to kill geniuses. Currently, the Tianwu continent's various powers were tangled and complicated. Thus, the Tianwu continent wasn't a good place to break through. In the starry sky world, this was the best place to break through. There was no need to worry about being surrounded by experts. Just as Lin Feng was about to refine the core energy, he suddenly realized that there was something else inside the core energy. Is there something else? Lin Feng was shocked. He hurriedly took out the thing wrapped in the core energy and found that it was a chaos stone. This chaos stone was only 5 centimeters long and was square in shape. It was densely covered in ancient characters. Du Zhu and the astral beast were shocked as well. Du Zhu said, "Let's see if you can successfully refine it." Lin Feng nodded and tried to refine it with his divine sense, but he failed. He also failed to refine it with his blood. In the end, Lin Feng used a drop of his undying divine blood on it. Only then did the chaos stone undergo a change. Shocking waves of energy spread out from the chaos stone. Lin Feng felt a mysterious connection with the chaos stone. Chapter 1578. The origin of the chaos gems was mysterious, and Lin Feng guessed that they had something to do with the primeval Lord of Heaven. Now, he had formed a faint connection with the chaos gems. He hurriedly sent his divine sense into the chaos gems. Ancient kingdom of chaos, innate world, burial ground of immortals. When Lin Feng's divine sense entered the chaos gems, an ancient voice was transmitted into his mind. When that voice spread in the air, Lin Feng was astonished. Although the content was short, the information it revealed was so shocking that Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. As soon as the voice was transmitted, Lin Feng's divine sense was forced out of the Chaos Gems. He couldn't sense more information from the Chaos Gems, perhaps because his cultivation base hadn't reached the level required by the Chaos Gems. When they saw Lin Feng's shocked expression, Du Zhu and the astral beast exchanged glances. They felt that Lin Feng had definitely discovered something. Du Zhu asked, "Is there something wrong with the Chaos Gems?" Lin Feng replied, "Ancient kingdom of chaos, innate world, burial ground of immortals. I sent my divine sense into the Chaos Gems and obtained this information." The poison ancestor was astonished. "The primal chaos ancient kingdom, does it really exist?" asked Lin Feng. "You've heard of the primal chaos ancient country?" Du Zhu replied, "Legend has it that it's a holy land for innate life forms." Poison ancestor paused for a moment, then continued, "But this short message says that the ancient kingdom of primal chaos has become the burial ground of numerous immortals. That's far too frightening. The immortals you're referring to are the powerful sentient life forms. Were they buried in the ancient kingdom of primal chaos after their deaths? If that's the case, then what if we can find the Chaos Gems? Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? Perhaps the primeval Lord of Heaven's legacy is buried in the Chaos Gems. It was supposed to be passed on to Huangfu Qingtian, but it was destroyed. The astral beast nodded. That might be the case. It seems like the Chaos Gems you obtained might contain the secrets of the Chaos Gems. Lin Feng said, that should be the case. However, the secrets of the Chaos Gems aren't something I can explore at my current level. Besides, if the Chaos Gems are the burial ground of immortals, then it must be extremely strange. If we don't have enough cultivation base, even if we know where it is, we can't go. If we do, we'll most likely lose our lives." The poison ancestor and the giant star beast nodded in agreement. If they wanted to explore the ancient kingdom of chaos, they needed to raise their cultivation first. Lin Feng put the Chaos Gems, and then looked at the Chaos Gems. He directly devoured them. Then Lin Feng started absorbing the original strength. Tyrannical energy began to spread Lin Feng's body. That original strength was extremely high in quality. After Lin Feng absorbed it, his qi started to improve at an incredible speed. Now, Lin Feng had completed the first step of the 2 steps to enter the immortal state. His soul had reached the 3rd level of the Void God realm. The 2nd step was to complete the transformation of his Dharma power. Once his Dharma power transformed into divine power, he could try to break through to the immortal state. If he cultivated step by step, it might take a few more years. But with this ball of pure origin energy, he had no choice but to use it. It was no longer difficult to complete the transformation. The ancient ship continued to fly in the starry sky world. Lin Feng continued to refine the Dharma power. Finally, 10 days later, Lin Feng's Dharma power had completed the transformation. His Dharma power transformed into divine power, powerful divine power. It flowed in his body. It merged into Lin Feng's limbs, meridians, and every part of his body. Under the divine power's transformation, Lin Feng's life form was undergoing a perfect transformation. A tribulation light appeared between Lin Feng's eyebrows. This was the light of the heavenly tribulation. Lin Feng roared as his body emitted waves of shocking energy. Above the boundless starry sky, thunder rumbled. Lin Feng said, "I'm going to transcend the tribulation. Quickly steer the Xianyuan away from the area covered by the thunder tribulation to avoid being affected by it." Yes, Du Zhu and the giant astral beast hurriedly nodded. They did not dare to stay in the area covered by the thunder tribulation. because once they were covered by the Thunder Tribulation, Lin Feng's Thunder Tribulation was likely to attract Du Zhu and the giant astral beast's Thunder Tribulation. Now, that Du Zhu and the giant astral beast were not in the tribulation stage. The Thunder Tribulation was attracted. It was equivalent to transcending the tribulation in advance. They were not prepared for the tribulation at all. If they transcended the tribulation in advance, it was simply a narrow escape. Regarding the Thunder Tribulation, no matter how strong or weak they were, countless people kept it a secret. Because of the Thunder Tribulation, it was simply too dangerous. Lin Feng disembarked from the Xianyuan and floated in the air. The Xianyuan rushed forward as fast as lightning. Soon, it rushed out of the area covered by the Thunder Tribulation. In the sky, the Thunder Tribulation had already turned into a sea of lightning. When Lin Feng broke through to the rebirth realm, his Thunder Tribulation covered an area of 100 miles. And now, it covered an area of 3,000 miles, transcending the God Tribulation. It was much more terrifying than transcending the rebirth tribulation. Lin Feng stood in the starry sky of the universe. He took a deep breath and began to operate the Great Calamity technique. This was what Lin Feng relied on to transcend the tribulation. In fact, such a terrifying Thunder Tribulation. If he did not cultivate the Great Calamity technique, such a Thunder Tribulation would probably be able to kill Lin Feng easily. But after cultivating the Great Calamity technique, it was completely different. Roar! Suddenly, a loud dragon roar came from the sea of lightning. Lin Feng looked up. He saw, in the sea of lightning, huge thunder dragons were swimming. Each thunder dragon was 10,000 meters long. Lin Feng counted carefully. There were a total of 9 thunder dragons. He frowned slightly. The first Thunder Tribulation was the legendary 9 Dragons Thunder Tribulation. This kind of Thunder Tribulation was said to be the last Thunder Tribulation when many people broke through to the divine realm. From this 9 Dragons Thunder Tribulation was so powerful, but such a powerful Thunder Tribulation, it actually became the first Thunder Tribulation when he transcended, and the Thunder Tribulation became more and more terrifying. From this, how terrifying was the Thunder Tribulation that Lin Feng was going to transcend today? Roar! Finally, the first Thunder Tribulation was successfully brewed. The 9 thunder dragons roared towards the sky. Then, they fell from the sky. They swooped down with a momentum that could destroy heaven and earth. The terrifying attack made people's hair stand on end. 9 dragons came out. Heaven and earth collapsed. The 9 thunder dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They were about to drown Lin Feng. 9 Dragons Thunder Tribulation. Young Master's first Thunder Tribulation is the 9 Dragons Thunder Tribulation. This is a bit troublesome. The giant beast of Starry Sky's expression became serious. It could not help but worry about Lin Feng. When he was transcending the tribulation, the third last Thunder Tribulation was the 9 Dragons Thunder Tribulation. It was precisely because of this tribulation. Therefore, the giant beast of Starry Sky knew how terrifying the 9 Dragons Thunder Tribulation was. It knew very well what it meant that the first Thunder Tribulation was the 9 Dragons Thunder Tribulation. Du Zhu's expression also became incomparably serious. He said, "We can't help now. We can only wait and hope that young master can successfully transcend the tribulation." Du Zhu's voice was slightly low. Obviously, Du Zhu did not have much confidence in Lin Feng's success. Chapter 1579. 9 Dragons Descend. Lin Feng stepped towards the 9 dragons and waved his right fist. His fist shook the mountains and rivers, shattering the heavens and shattering the earth. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent collisions resounded through the clouds. The 9 dragons were smashed to pieces by Lin Feng's 9 consecutive punches. Du Zhu and the astral beast looked at each other. Even though they were experienced and knowledgeable, they had never seen such a tribulation. It was too savage, directly breaking through the lightning tribulation. It was extremely domineering. Tribulation. It shouldn't be like this. No matter how strong young master's foundation is, shouldn't he be careful when facing a lightning tribulation? The astral beast had a puzzled expression. The poison ancestor replied, "I remember a divine ability that has been lost for a long time." "Oh, what divine ability?" The astral beast was puzzled. "The Great Calamity Technique. It's ranked 9th among the 3,000 Great Tao. Rumor has it that the Great Calamity Technique has many miraculous uses, and the most miraculous is its ability to dissolve lightning tribulation." Du Zhu said. The astral beast's eyes lit up. Lightning tribulation is also a type of calamity, so it's not unbelievable that the Great Calamity Technique can dissolve it. Du Zhu nodded. That's right. However, this divine ability disappeared before the immortal ancient era. I don't know where young master learned it. The astral beast said, "Young master's luck is monstrous, and it seems to be related to that race." Du Zhu said, "That race can't be mentioned. Since he's a descendant of that race, many inconceivable things that happened to him can be explained." While Du Zhu and the astral beast were fighting, bolts of tribulation, lightning descended from the sea of lightning. But all the thunders couldn't harm Lin Feng. He activated the Great Calamity Technique, and the power of calamity coiled around his fist. No matter what kind of tribulation, lightning descended, Lin Feng swung his fist and punched out. In an instant, all kinds of tribulation lightning were shattered by Lin Feng. A total of 79 bolts of tribulation lightning descended, but Lin Feng easily broke through them. Lin Feng had long expected this kind of situation. This was how powerful the Great Disaster Spell was, restraining the thunder tribulation. Previously, when he was crossing the rebirth realm tribulation, by relying on the Great Disaster Technique, he had easily succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Boom, boom. The power of the lightning tribulation continued to increase. Various kinds of tribulations descended upon the place. However, Lin Feng had a feeling that no calamity would befall him, no matter what kind of thunder tribulation it was. It was difficult to cause any harm to Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had already passed through 184 lightning tribulations. However, the sea of lightning in the sky still showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, the aura emitted by the rolling lightning became stronger and stronger. Why is there no end to the lightning tribulation? The giant star beast frowned. 81 tribulations. This was divine tribulation. It meant that in order to break through to the divine realm, one would have to go through 81 lightning tribulations. As long as he could get through it, he would be considered a true deity realm cultivator. If he couldn't get through it, he would die. However, Lin Feng had already transcended 184 bolts of tribulation lightning, but it still showed no signs of stopping. It was really too strange. Du Zhu said, "Perhaps it's the 326 bolts of tribulation lightning. This is the minor creation tribulation. Usually, it's a tribulation for heavenly gods, but young master is too heaven-defying, so the void god realm tribulation attracted the minor creation tribulation. The minor creation tribulation had 326 bolts of tribulation lightning. The great creation tribulation had 999 bolts of tribulation lightning. This great creation tribulation was the lightning tribulation attracted by the giant god realm. Du Zhu had broken through to the boundary emperor realm back then. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the minor creation tribulation or the great creation tribulation, Du Zhu had transcended it before. Therefore, he had some understanding of these tribulations. The giant star beast said, "Even if young master has mastered the great disaster technique, it won't be easy to transcend the minor creation tribulation, right? I heard that the 26 bolts of tribulation lightning after the minor creation tribulation contain the Tao of creation. If he's not careful, he'll be consigned to eternal damnation." Du Zhu said, "The minor creation tribulation is indeed very terrifying. Let's just watch quietly. I now think that young master might succeed in transcending the tribulation." Just as Du Zhu had said, Lin Feng's tribulation was not an ordinary divine tribulation. It was a minor creation tribulation that only heavenly gods transcended. If it were anyone else facing such a terrifying tribulation, they would probably have died without a burial ground. Only Lin Feng, facing these tribulations, he seemed to be handling them with ease. Bolt after bolt of tribulation, lightning struck down, but none of them could hurt Lin Feng. The 301st bolt of tribulation, lightning, Lin Feng muttered to himself. He had been counting the number of lightning tribulations he had transcended. Every time he transcended a lightning tribulation, Lin Feng would remember it in his heart. 9 young heavenly emperors appeared after the 301st bolt of tribulation lightning and attacked Lin Feng from all sides. The minor creation tribulation is starting to show its power. It's time for young master to transcend the tribulation. Du Zhu said in a low voice. The minor creation tribulation began to erupt with unimaginable power from the 301st bolt of tribulation lightning. The lightning tribulations that followed were each more heaven-defying than the last. How many heroes and geniuses had died? They had all died in the last 26 bolts of tribulation lightning. Du Zhu and the giant astral beast's expressions were extremely solemn. They stared intently at Lin Feng, who was transcending the tribulation. Good timing. Lin Feng stepped toward the 9 young heavenly emperors. Boom. The 9 young heavenly emperors unleashed shocking battle strength. They successfully condensed all kinds of emperor techniques and attacked Lin Feng. "I'm looking at my ancestors from the black hole," Lin Feng shouted in a low voice as he circulated his sovereign bloodline. A black hole appeared. The huge black hole descended from the sky. Lin Feng stood in the middle of the black hole. With the black hole as the center, it formed an imprisonment magnetic field that shrouded the 9 young heavenly emperors. It was difficult for them to move. The 9 young heavenly emperors were all imprisoned. Bam! Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He rushed forward and swung his right fist at the 9 young heavenly emperors. Boom! 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 A series of violent collisions rang out. The 9 young heavenly emperors were all killed by Lin Feng. So easy? Du Zhu and the giant astral beast were both shocked. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that perhaps even they didn't know how many amazing techniques Lin Feng had mastered. But now, Lin Feng was facing the last 26 bolts of Culpa strength of the minor, Culpa strength of the Culpa strength of the Culpa strength. Boom! At this moment, a monstrous aura emanated from the sea of lightning. The boundless lightning condensed into a towering existence. It seemed to be a war god. He didn't have a head, and he held a giant axe in his hand. War god Xingtian. Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually this existence. War god Xingtian was a terrifying existence that could kill heavenly emperors in the primordial age. Chapter 1580. Lin Feng also knew a little about war god Xingtian. War god Xingtian was the war god of the undying realm in the past. His battle strength was heaven-defying. War god Xingtian was increasingly dissatisfied with the heavenly court ruled by the heavenly emperor. So he rebelled against the heavenly emperor and started a war with the heavenly court. But in the battle with the heavenly emperor, he was no match for the heavenly emperor and was beheaded in the end. Back then in the ruins of God, Lin Feng was lucky enough to sense the events of war god Xingtian's youth in a cave abode. He also comprehended the Xingtian battle intent. To be honest, Lin Feng and war god Xingtian had some connections. Now that the 300-second lightning tribulation had appeared, Lin Feng had never thought that war god Xingtian would appear. War god Xingtian stepped forward. Suddenly, a terrifying battle intent spread between heaven and earth. When the battle intent spread out and enveloped Lin Feng's face paled as he realized that he couldn't move his body anymore. The battle intent emitted by war god Xingtian was too strong. What a terrifying battle intent. Young master seems to be intimidated. Duzu and the giant star beast both frowned. Obviously, they could also see that Lin Feng seemed to be in some trouble. This lightning tribulation is really strange. It's becoming less and less like a lightning tribulation. The condensed war god Xingtian can actually emit a monstrous battle intent to suppress cultivators. It's really unbelievable. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. In fact, this was the so-called path of creation. Originally, the lightning tribulation should be a simple lightning attack. However, the lightning attacks produced by different lightning tribulations were different. After fusing with the path of creation, the path of creation would change the lightning tribulation. For example, war god Xingtian, after the changes of the path of creation, war god Xingtian's lightning tribulation was no longer a simple lightning attack. The war god Xingtian in front of him seemed to have transformed into a clone of war god Xingtian. It controlled the war god's will. Therefore, when war god Xingtian attacked Lin Feng, he displayed a powerful battle intent to suppress Lin Feng. It wasn't like the other lightning tribulations that launched the most direct attack on Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the most direct attacks. What he was most worried about was the abilities displayed by Xing Tian, the god of war. For example, all sorts of willpower suppression, aura suppression, and even domineering aura might appear later on. Of course, it wasn't that war god Xingtian's will. He activated Xingtian. This was a force he had comprehended. The battle god Xingtian's battle. He Xingtian's Dao. Therefore, after the two battle intents collided, war god Xingtian stopped in midair. In the end, his body exploded and disappeared into nothingness. It's exactly the same battle intent. You've comprehended the heavens punishing battle intent. Maybe it's because the heavens punishing battle intent sensed it, so he gave up on attacking you and chose to self-destruct. Duzu said in surprise. Boom, boom. Immediately after, bolts of lightning struck down one after another. The tribulations grew stronger and more terrifying. However, all of the lightning tribulations were resisted by Lin Feng. A stone tablet appeared in the sea of lightning. For the time being, he couldn't see clearly. The 225th tribulation. Lin Feng took a deep breath. After continuously resisting 224 bolts of tribulation lightning, especially the last 24 bolts of tribulation lightning, Lin Feng had suffered heavy injuries. His body, there were cracks everywhere, and his body was dyed red with blood. He had almost been killed several times. But in the end, he managed to withstand the attack of the lightning tribulation. The last 24 lightning tribulations were very strange. They were obviously different from ordinary lightning tribulations. They seemed to contain a mysterious power. But what kind of power was that? Lin Feng didn't know. It was because of that power that he had almost died under the attack of the last 24 lightning tribulations. If it wasn't for the fusion of that strange power, breaking through the lightning tribulations was for Lin Feng. It was simply too simple. Now, Lin Feng suddenly felt a shadow in his heart because he felt that the 225th lightning tribulation was even more extraordinary. It hadn't even finished brewing, but it already made him feel deeply threatened. Finally, the 225th lightning tribulation was successfully condensed. When he saw that lightning tribulation, Lin Feng was shocked. That lightning tribulation, the condensed stone tablet, it was actually the most mysterious and unfathomable stone tablet in the world. It had killed a great emperor. It had killed a foreign sovereign. It had killed a connate life form. It had killed an immortal. What a heaven-shaking stone tablet tribulation. Come on, I'm going to shatter you. Lin Feng roared. His personality had always been strong and domineering. It was also because of this personality that, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he would never choose to retreat. He welcomed it. He could only die standing. He didn't kneel to live. This was Lin Feng's life creed. Even when facing the terrifying, heaven-shaking stone tablet tribulation, he was the same. The immortal divine blood and the sovereign emperor blood in his body were all activated. The immortal divine blood circulated, condensing the immortal divine power to protect his body and constantly repair it. The sovereign emperor blood erupted with the strongest combat power. Boom. The heaven-shaking stone tablet tribulation descended from the sky. He moved towards Lin Feng to oppress him. The power of this attack was really unimaginable. The universe's starry sky collapsed. The space-time storm raged. It wanted to devour Lin Feng. In the storm, Lin Feng stepped forward and punched the heaven-shaking stone tablet one after another. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides collided. A terrifying scene happened. Lin Feng's body. It cracked open again and again. It was on the verge of collapse. But every time Lin Feng was in danger, he used the immortal divine body to repair his body, and the power of the sovereign emperor lingered on his fist. The attack power of the sovereign emperor body was extremely terrifying. Every attack could also cause huge damage to the heaven-shaking stone tablet, after exchanging blows for 490 times. Lin Feng finally broke the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Crack, crack, crack. The heaven-shaking stone tablet cracked. The 225th lightning tribulation was also broken by Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood in midair, panting violently. The magic power in his body was almost dried up. This kind of continuous bombardment had almost drained him of all his energy. But fortunately, he finally broke the heaven-shaking stone tablet tribulation. The sea of lightning in the sky was dissipating. Lin Feng revealed a smile. Was he going to succeed in transcending the tribulation? He took out 2 emerald leaf stones, wanting to refine them to recover his magic power. But right at this moment, the void trembled slightly. A pitch-black shadow silently appeared behind Lin Feng, slashing toward Lin Feng. Not good. Lin Feng felt the cold killing intent behind him, and his face suddenly changed. The black shadow had already attacked. This attack was unavoidable. Chapter 1581. GGG, a series of eerie and strange laughter came from behind him. It was the eerie laughter of that pitch-black existence. This voice was like the laughter of a malicious spirit. After hearing it, one would feel a chill all over their body. Lin Feng didn't know what that cultivator was, but surprisingly, he was able to approach Lin Feng without making a sound. And Lin Feng actually did not notice its appearance. the lightning in the sky had not dissipated yet. This meant that this was still Fan Tao of the lightning tribulation. However, this wasn't a living being formed by lightning. Lin Feng could feel the life aura emitted from his body. This was a living being with flesh and blood possessing its own life. This was what made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Could it be a beast tribulation? A human tribulation? Lin Feng suddenly thought of this possibility. The so-called beast tribulation and human tribulation were also a type of lightning tribulation, but this kind of lightning tribulation was relatively rare. It was a real person or beast that attacked the person undergoing the tribulation. These people or beasts would not be attacked by the lightning tribulation. Therefore, they could hide within the range of the lightning tribulation. Moreover, the creatures that appeared in the lightning tribulation and human tribulation were abnormally powerful, just like the existence that attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed the power of the divine fire. This was obviously an existence of the divine fire realm. The situation was extremely dangerous. This mysterious existence might also think that Lin Feng would not be able to escape this time. At the moment when the attack was about to hit Lin Feng, Lin Feng's expression changed. Swish! Lin Feng actually disappeared from where he was. He was able to dodge this attack. Naturally, it was because of the heaven patching technique. He wanted to borrow another chance from the heavens. The heaven patching technique was a divine ability that had saved Lin Feng from danger several times. If not for the heaven patching technique, Lin Feng would have died 10 times over. Swish! With a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away. He held the emerald leaf stone in his hand and hurriedly absorbed the energy contained within it. The magic power in his body had dried up. He had to recover as much magic power as possible in order to be able to fight this unknown creature. It's a beast tribulation, void shadow beast. They specialized in hunting down cultivators who were undergoing tribulation. This should be the last tribulation of the minor tribulation. The knowledgeable poison ancestor couldn't help but say, after seeing the creature shrouded in darkness, "That's a god fire cultivator. Master, you've already overcome 245 lightning bolts. Your body is reaching its limit. Can you still withstand the Void Umber Beast's attack?" The giant star beast said worriedly. Duzu couldn't help but frown. He was also a little worried. A divine fire realm void dark shadow beast was not that easy to deal with. "Brat, is this the heaven mending technique?" Xiang Tian borrowed another opportunity, so he dodged my sure kill attack. The void shadow beast said with a gloomy expression. This void shadow beast was hidden in the darkness, and no one could see what it looked like. Lin Feng sneered. "You're quite knowledgeable, but the biggest mistake you made was coming here to attack me. Brat, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. You overestimate yourself." The void shadow beast said eerily. Swish! The void shadow beast disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng scanned the area with his divine will, but he couldn't find any trace of it. The void shadow beast's use of the void could be said to be at the peak of perfection. This kind of creature was best at hiding itself in the void. Then it slowly moved toward its target. Next, it launched a sure kill attack. Many cultivators' expressions changed when they talked about the void shadow beast. It was because the void shadow beast had such a strange ability. The void shadow beast was known as the space killer. It meant that it could act like a killer. It could hide itself. Once it appeared, it could often deal a fatal blow to its target. His divine will couldn't find any trace of the void shadow beast. Lin Feng decided to use the heavenly demon snake eye. Between his eyebrows, the heavenly demon snake eye opened. Lin Feng immediately felt that the world in front of him seemed to be different from before. The world in front of him, it became even clearer. Even the universe's starry sky couldn't see the trajectory of the starry sky dust in the starry sky. Now Lin Feng could see it clearly. This was the extraordinary part of the heavenly demon snake eye. The heavenly demon snake eye was known as the Eye of Origin. It could see through all illusions. There was nothing in front. There was nothing on the left. There was nothing on the right. Then it should be at the back. A light flashed in Lin Feng's right hand, and the great desolate war spear appeared in his hand. Lin Feng didn't even turn around, holding the great desolate war spear in one hand. He stabbed the spear behind him. This spear pierced through the void. It shot towards him. The spear stabbed out 100,000 spear lights. It instantly condensed. Puff! A tearing sound was heard. The void shadow beast suffered a heavy blow, and dense holes appeared on its body. They were all pierced by Lin Feng's spear, just now. How did you find out about me? The void shadow beast screamed again and again. It kept retreating. He didn't know how Lin Feng found out. He felt incomparably sullen. He didn't even know what happened, and he was injured by Lin Feng. It was as depressing as it could be. I have mastered the heavenly demon snake eye. It can see through all illusions. You naturally have nowhere to hide. The heavenly demon snake eye between Lin Feng's eyebrows opened and closed. It swept out rays of divine light. Consider yourself lucky. The void shadow beast roared unwillingly, turned around, and wanted to escape into the distance. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Since you're here, don't leave. You can't leave either. Lin Feng directly used the burning wrath of the heavens, the lost art, to condense a ball of flame. The ball of flame was thrown at the void shadow beast. Bang! The ball of flame exploded. The void shadow beast was blown away. He kept coughing up blood, and he still hadn't recovered from the heavy injuries. Lin Feng had already arrived in front of him. He slapped the void shadow beast's forehead with his right palm. The power of purification continuously flowed into the void shadow beast's body. Ah, you want to purify me? No. The void shadow beast cried out in fear, struggling continuously, but it couldn't break free. Finally, the void shadow beast was purified by Lin Feng. Ba, good, good. The void shadow beast put his palms together, looking solemn. From then on, he became Lin Feng's slave. Ha ha ha! From now on, you will follow me. This is the path of the great Tao, and you will become an ancestor and a saint in the future. After purifying the void shadow beast, Lin Feng was in a good mood and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he stepped into the sea of thunder above the ninth heaven and punched 36 times in a row, shattering the sea of thunder. Waves of monstrous magic power. It spread throughout his body. Lin Feng's magic power increased crazily. His lifespan increased crazily. The law in his body. It transformed into a god law. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. I finally broke through to the god realm. Lin Feng roared. His voice resounded in the starry sky world. He finally broke through to the god realm. He was no longer a mortal. He had become a god who looked down on the heavens. Chapter 1582. Boom. After Lin Feng broke through, a long river swept across the heavens and earth, rolling over, emitting a powerful wave. The power of faith. Lin Feng looked at the long river in shock. It was the power of faith produced by the people who entered the temple to pray in the great world of exile and the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng's cultivation had not broken through to the god realm before, so he could not absorb the power of faith. So Lin Feng often let his god realm clone absorb the power of faith. This was also the reason why his god realm clone's cultivation had improved so quickly. Now, Lin Feng could absorb the power of faith by himself. The long river condensed from the power of faith quickly flew over. Lin Feng took out his devouring martial spirit and devoured all the power of faith into his body. As the power of faith was devoured, suddenly, Lin Feng felt the magic power in his body begin to grow crazily. The god law in his body also began to grow. His cultivation level quickly rose from the first sky of the empty god realm to the second sky of the empty god realm. Then it rose from the second sky of the empty god realm to the third sky of the empty god realm. Lin Feng had accumulated too much power, so it was very difficult for him to break through a realm. But now he had broken through 2 realms in a row. This made Lin Feng very happy. Building a temple and collecting the power of faith is indeed a way to quickly improve my strength. I still have to build more temples in the future. Lin Feng's face was full of smiles. He sensed his own situation. His lifespan was about 5 million years. As his cultivation level increased, his lifespan would also increase greatly. His Danxi expanded again, boundless. Inside the Danxi, there was tumbling magic power. Although Lin Feng was only at the third sky of the empty god realm, the magic power stored in his Danxi was almost equivalent to the magic power stored in the Danxi of a second or third sky of the divine fire realm cultivator. In the depths of the Danxi, a small world appeared. Feeling that small world, Lin Feng's face was full of joy. A god realm cultivator could use the god law in his body to condense a small world. This small world could be constantly improved. In the future, it could even evolve into mountains and rivers. And within these mountains and rivers, one could even build a country. Then, countless living beings were taken into the kingdom of the small world. He built his own temple and let those living beings worship it day and night, generating faith power. Of course, Lin Feng's small world had just begun to condense. If he wanted to evolve it into a small world full of vitality, he would need a long time to perfect it. After the breakthrough, the holy infant in Lin Feng's Zifu also completed its transformation. The holy infant had turned into a divine fetus. It was surrounded by divine light and was devouring the power of faith to strengthen itself. It was said that the divine fetus could transform into a deity in the future. The purple mansion contained the spirit of the gods. Once he transformed into a deity, he would possess heaven-defying combat strength. Congratulations, Prince, for breaking through to the god realm. From now on, you've gone from a mortal to a god. You've completed the first great transformation of your cultivation. Du Zhu and the astral beast flew over and congratulated Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "This breakthrough was unexpected, but it's a good thing. I won't be so passive in my battle with Huangfu Qingtian." Du Zhu and the astral beast hurriedly said, "Prince, you'll definitely win this battle." Lin Feng smiled. He knew how terrifying Huangfu Qingtian was. In this battle, Huangfu Qingtian had the absolute advantage. But so what? Who would emerge victorious would only be known after the battle. Lin Feng and the other 2 boarded the ancient starship and drove it toward the Tianwu continent. 10 days later, the ancient starship Xianyuan landed in the Nation of Desire. They returned to their residence. Huang Shilan came to see Lin Feng. Her eyes were red. She had clearly cried. Lin Feng suddenly had a bad feeling. "Is it Ling?" asked Lin Feng. Huang Shilan nodded. A lonely grave was located under a 7-colored tree in the back mountain. Lin Feng stood in front of Huang Ling Er's grave, speechless for a long time. He had been working hard to break through to the god realm as soon as possible. Then he would go and save Huang Ling But Huang Ling hadn't been able to wait for that day. 3 days after you left, her body couldn't take it anymore. Her core injury worsened to a Dow injury. Huang Shilan's voice was mournful. This is a letter she wrote. She asked me to give it to you. Huang Shilan took out a letter and gave it to Lin Feng. After that, Huang Shilan left. Lin Feng was left alone in front of the grave. Lin Feng's heart was empty. It was an indescribable pain. As for Huang Linger, he owed her too much and had too many regrets. He had many things to say to her, but in the end, the heavens didn't give him the chance. Lin Feng opened the envelope and took out Huang Ling Er's letter. Feng, when you read this letter, I thought I had already left. I still remember that it was a sunny afternoon. We were only 15 or 16 years old. It was really a youthful and nostalgic age. That day, we joined the Azure Dragon Institute together. My brother and I watched from afar as you and a few friends clashed with a group of senior students. Then we watched you defeat those arrogant senior students. That was the first time I saw you. The next day, my brother and I invited you to join our team to participate in the Azure Dragon Institute's training. That was the first time I saw you up close. Your smile was really warm, like a big brother next door. It was really a pity that you couldn't participate in the training with us that time. But fortunately, later, we met you again. It was you who led us, a group of new students, to defeat the 5 senior student teams. He had completed what seemed to be an impossible task. Maybe it was a young girl yearning for love. At that time, I had your shadow in my heart. When the Beastman Empire was in turmoil, we went to Falling Moon City together. Sitting on the Griffin, I was really happy to be able to sit next to you. It was you who led everyone to inflict heavy losses on the Beastman army. It was you who led everyone to fight back and won the final battle with the Beastman army. I was really happy because I feel proud of my foresight. The man I secretly liked was really amazing. I wanted to find an opportunity to reveal my heart, but I accidentally found out about you and my sister. Since then, we became more and more distant, and the distance between us also became bigger and bigger. I didn't know when. I could only hear the legends about you from the people around me. I thought I would never see you again. Until that day, I was schemed against by Xia Zichao, when my heart was filled with despair. It was you who appeared, saved me, let me see some hope. But in the end, it was my extravagant hope. I left silently. Then I cultivated desperately. I don't know why I did this. Perhaps, by doing this, I could be closer to you. I wanted to keep up with your footsteps, but I knew that was after all a dream. But I still wanted to work hard. I hoped that I could live longer, because that's the only way I can know more about you. But there was a problem with my body. I couldn't hold on any longer. I had to leave this world, to go to another world. In that world, I would never hear anything about you again. I asked my sister to bury me under the 7-colored tree at the back of the mountain. I could see where you lived from here. If there was a next life, I hoped that one day I could be by your side, even if it was every day, just looking at you silently. I was satisfied. Chapter 1583. Our youth was gone with the wind. Our youthful age. It was really beautiful. Lin Feng thought of many things. He sat alone in front of the lonely grave. Back then, there were many things he wanted to say to Huang Linger, but now he couldn't say it anymore. Lin Feng left the country of desire. He left alone. He wanted to look around. Because of his heart, it was hard to calm down. Lin Feng went to many places. He saw the legendary Dragon Gate in the South Sea world. He went to the flying immortal continent to see the miraculous scene of ascension. Finally, he went to the North Sea. It was very cold here. In the extreme north, Lin Feng saw the aurora. He also saw many strange creatures. For example, the polar bear. There was also a creature called the penguin. When it walked, it was charmingly naive. Lin Feng sat on a sleigh and traveled through the ice plains of the extreme north. 9 huge snow wolves were extremely fast. The driver was an uncle in his 40s. His name was Yuan Beixian. He was very talkative. When he saw that Lin Feng had been observing the penguins, he smiled and said, "That creature is a foreign species. I heard that they were originally from the other side of the world. Later, they swam over from the sea and lived here." The southernmost part of the world was the South Sea. The South Sea also had polar regions. Just like the North Sea, it was very cold there. The South Pole was the home of the penguins. However, in reality, many of the creatures in the sea would migrate over long distances. "What is that place?" Lin Feng pointed to the depths of the ice plains. He could vaguely see a palace located there. That is the Palace of Cold Blood, the most ancient force in the North Sea world. Uncle Yuan glanced at the palace and said aloud. When he heard the words Palace of Cold Blood, Lin Feng thought of Su Yibing. Back then, Lin Feng became one of the 4 successors of the Spirit Array Master Temple. In addition, he shone in the 3,000 Prefectures Prodigy Tournament. He rose to power in the Tianwu continent. Therefore, many people wanted to marry their outstanding female disciples to Lin Feng and form a marriage alliance with Lin Feng. At that time, the North Sea Heartless Island, Endless Fire Nation, South Sea Four Seasons Gate, these 3 forces could be said to be the most sincere. Su Yibing was from the Heartless Island in the North Sea. She was also one of the 4 saintesses of the Heartless Island in the North Sea. The Heartless Island of the North Sea had originally wanted Su Yibing to marry Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng didn't agree, and the matter was left unsettled. When he thought of the Heartless Island in the North Sea, Lin Feng said, "There seems to be a Heartless Island in the North Sea. I wonder if it has anything to do with the Palace of Heartless?" The Heartless Island of the North Sea and the Palace of the Heartless are part of the same power. The Palace of the Heartless Island of the North Sea is like the ancestral land of the Heartless Island of the North Sea. The most outstanding disciples are sent to the Palace of the Heartless Island to be trained. "I see." Lin Feng nodded. In the distance, more than 10 female disciples of the Palace of Cold Blood dressed in white flew out. They were like fairies who had fallen from the 9 heavens. "The fairies from the Palace of the Cold and Cruel Palace have come out. We should leave. We can't get close to them. Many of the women here are not kind, especially to men." Uncle Yuan said, "I heard that the Heartless Island of the North Sea only accepts female disciples, and that the name of the sect is Heartless. It seems that the woman who created the Heartless Island of the North Sea was hurt by love." Lin Feng said. Uncle Yuan urged the snow wolves to change direction and said, "Perhaps, but no matter what, this power has been around for 500,000 years. I heard that it has broken up many couples who were in love. As the saying goes, it's better to destroy 10 temples than to break up a marriage. This power's actions are immoral." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Uncle, aren't you afraid that the people from the Palace of the Heartless will find out?" Uncle Yuan laughed and said, "Little brother, if you don't say anything, they won't find out." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I wonder if the Palace of the Heartless will reward me with a beautiful female disciple if I tell on you." Uncle Yuan grinned and said, "If there's such a good thing, I'll tell on myself right now." Ha! The 2 of them couldn't help but laugh. The 9 snow wolves pulled the sleigh quickly into the distance. At that moment, more than 10 female disciples from the Palace of the Heartless flew over. These female disciples had entered the Arctic mountain range to obtain the Arctic water to cultivate. Many of the techniques in the Palace of the Heartless were extremely keen and cold, so they needed to use the Arctic water to increase their cultivation speed. One of the female disciples looked at the departing Lin Feng and frowned slightly. "Senior Sister Ebing, what are you looking at?" one of the female disciples asked. Su Ebing smiled bitterly and said, "I thought it was someone I knew. Maybe I was mistaken." Su Ebing looked away. She then quickly left with the group of female disciples. At about 3 in the afternoon in the far north, the sky gradually darkened. In this place, the daytime was extremely short. The night was extremely long. The night wind whistled, and it was extremely cold. Lin Feng sat on the sleigh and returned to the small town. "Little brother, it's already very late. Why don't you come to my house for a drink and warm up?" Uncle Ewan said. Lin Feng was planning to find an inn to stay in. When he heard Uncle Ewan invite him, he said, "I'm afraid I'll disturb your family." "Ha ha, don't worry about that. I'm alone. Even if we drink all night, no one can stop us," Uncle Ewan said with a smile. "Then I'll accept your invitation." Lin Feng cupped his fists and returned to Uncle Ewan's house. Uncle Ewan's house was in the northwest corner of the town. It was a small courtyard that was somewhat dilapidated. Uncle Ewan stopped the sleigh in the courtyard and untied the noose around the blood wolves' necks. He then took out some wild beast meat and threw it to the 9 snow wolves. "This is ice demon meat. Ice demons are ferocious beasts that can be seen everywhere in the extreme north. They're extremely ferocious and often attack towns or people who are alone outside. Their meat is very cold and can't be cooked. People can't eat it because their blood will freeze, and they will die immediately. Therefore, ice demon meat can only be used to feed the snow wolves because they can digest it," Uncle Ewan explained. Lin Feng nodded and said, "These snow wolves seem to have spirituality. They don't attack strangers." Uncle Ewan smiled and said, "Snow wolves are different from other wolves. Other wolves are ferocious, but snow wolves are very gentle and intelligent. However, they don't have spirituality. Snow wolves that have spirituality are already demons and can cultivate on their own. Ordinary people can't control them." After eating their fill, the 9 snow wolves returned to their dens and lay on the ground to sleep. Lin Feng and Uncle Ewan went into the house. The house was very simple. Uncle Ewan boiled wine and placed a hot pot on the rack. He put in a lot of meat. He then added some condiments and started to cook the hot pot. There were many ferocious beasts in the extreme north, so there was no lack of meat. However, the environment in the extreme north was very harsh and vegetation couldn't grow, so there were no vegetables to eat. "Come, come, come. Try this wine." Uncle Ewan poured a large bowl of wine for Lin Feng and gestured for Lin Feng to taste. Chapter 1584. Gulp. Lin Feng drank a mouthful of wine and felt a spicy sensation attack his taste buds. This was strong wine. "Drink it." It was like a knife cutting his body. "What a strong wine," Lin Feng said. After the wine entered his stomach, then he felt a surge of warmth coming from his dantian. His entire body felt warm and comfortable. Uncle Ewan laughed out loud and said, "The extreme north is suitable for drinking strong wine like this. Only then can the body warm up." Lin Feng nodded. This was the extreme north. It was too cold. Indeed, one needed to drink to get rid of the chill. Lin Feng and Uncle Ewan drank strong wine and ate hot pot. Outside, it was snowing heavily. Looking into the distance, it was a vast expanse of white. The night was much brighter because of the snow. "Little brother, did you come to the extreme north for the North Pole Tao source that will appear next month?" Uncle Ewan asked. Lin Feng had never heard of the North Pole Tao source before. His heart skipped a beat as he said, "I wandered aimlessly on the continent, and went to many places before finally coming to the extreme north. I didn't come for the North Pole Tao source. I don't even know what it is. Please enlighten me, Uncle. Uncle Ewan said, in the deepest part of the extreme north, there will be auroras. You should have seen those auroras. Every year, in the middle of March, the auroras will reach their fiercest time of the year. At that time, in the depths of the auroras, an origin of the Tao will appear. This is the origin of the Tao, and it is incomparably precious. It is a sacred item for cultivation. So every time the North Pole Tao source appears, it will attract many cultivators to fight for it. The origin of the Tao contained the laws of the heavenly Tao. This kind of thing could not be measured by money. Lin Feng had heard of this origin of the Tao, but he had never seen it before. He had never thought that he would have the chance to see the North Pole Tao source appear in the extreme north. An origin of the Tao like the North Pole Tao source is so precious, but it can appear every year. Lin Feng said in surprise. It was within his understanding. The more precious a treasure was, the lower the frequency of its appearance. It was like seeing all kinds of wildflowers and weeds in a mountain forest. However, 10,000-year-old spirit herbs were hard to find. This was the principle. The more precious something was, the harder it was for it to appear. Uncle Ewan said, it appears every year, but the key is, even if it appears, very few people are able to obtain it. Perhaps this is because the North Pole's Tao source appears so frequently. Lin Feng nodded. That night, he drank with Uncle Ewan all night. After that, Lin Feng stayed at Uncle Ewan's place. During the day, he would go to many places because the extreme north was also a place of uncanny craftsmanship. There were many wonders that were worth watching. During this time, more and more cultivators came to the extreme north. In the extreme north, there was an ancient city of ice and snow. It was where the palace of cold blood cultivated. It was more than 3,000 miles away from the palace of cold blood. Most of the cultivators stayed in the ancient city. There were also many cultivators who continued to head north. There were no more ancient cities further north, but there were some small towns. Take Uncle Ewan's Icefield town as an example. During this period of time, many cultivators had arrived. There were also many cultivators heading towards the depths of the extreme north. They arrived at the Aurora Ocean. That was the place where the aurora was produced. However, everyone could only watch from the periphery. It was very likely that the Aurora Ocean was a shattered void. The space-time reversal there was tyrannical. If one barged in, they would definitely die. Lin Feng also went to the Aurora Ocean once. He took a look from afar and left. There were still about 20 days before the North Pole's Tao source appeared, so there was no need to be anxious to wait here. Of course, many cultivators stayed here and did not leave. They wanted to occupy a favorable position, so that when the North Pole's Tao source appeared, they could immediately snatch it. Uncle Ewan's life was very simple. Sometimes he would take some business and drive a sleigh to tour some places in the extreme north. Other times, he would look for Lin Feng to drink. On this day, Uncle Ewan drove the sleigh with some tools and brought Lin Feng to the northwest of the extreme north. Where are we going? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. To catch frost ice fish. They're good things, especially for cultivators. They're supreme treasures. Uncle Ewan said. Uncle Ewan looked very ordinary. However, after interacting with him, for a while, Lin Feng realized that Uncle Ewan was not simple. He asked, what benefits can frost ice fish bring to cultivators? Uncle Ewan smiled and said, there are too many benefits. If you cultivate an ice attribute divine ability and eat a frost ice fish, you can quickly cultivate to the peak level. Lin Feng was shocked. Just one frost ice fish was priceless. For cultivators who cultivated ice attribute techniques or divine abilities, the frost ice fish could be considered a sacred item. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the Great Ice Technique, which was one of the 3,000 great Daos that he cultivated. Currently, he was only at the peak level, breaking through from the peak level to the peak level. It seemed very simple. However, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was rumored that after the Great Ice Technique reached the peak level, one could condense an ice god. This ice god was very powerful. It was very heaven-defying. Uncle Ewan said that was just one of its effects. The second effect of the frigid ice fish is to strengthen the soul. Some of the energy substances in the frigid ice fish can greatly increase a cultivator's soul power. If you eat frigid ice jade as food, your soul power will increase by leaps and bounds. The third effect is perhaps the most important one. It's to refine one's bloodline. When he heard about the third effect, Lin Feng could not help but gasp. Bloodline. It was related to how far a person could go in the future. The purer the bloodline, the more powerful it was, the higher one's talent and potential. Since the frost ice fish is so precious, I'm sure many people will go to catch them, right? Lin Feng asked. Uncle Ewan shook his head and said, very few people know about the frost ice jade, and even fewer know how to catch frost ice fish. This might be a lost fishing method that's about to be lost. Lin Feng smiled and said, it seems like I'll have to bask in your glory. Uncle Ewan smiled and said, it's not that easy to catch them. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way. Finally, they arrived at the place Uncle Ewan had mentioned. Perhaps it was because of the frost ice fish that appeared here. Therefore, this place was extremely cold. Even Lin Feng was shivering from the cold. In this area, even the fierce beasts of the icy plains would not visit. In this vast white world, only Lin Feng and Uncle Ewan were here. Break through the ice, Uncle Ewan said, and threw a hammer to Lin Feng. Chapter 1585. Lin Feng and Uncle Ewan used their hammers to slowly break through the layer of ice. The layer of ice here was very strange. It was abnormally hard and could not be broken by magic power. Only the hammer that Uncle Ewan had prepared beforehand could break through it. Uncle Ewan's hammer was made of a strange type of iron. This is the extreme cold black iron. It was fished out from the endless abyss of the North Sea. It can break through the layer of ice here. Uncle Ewan pointed to the layer of ice underground and said, this layer of ice is fused with the ice power of the frigid ice fish and is immune to all kinds of attacks. Only tools made of extreme cold black iron can slowly break through the layer of ice. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Ewan took out another net. This net was also very special. It emitted a faint scorching power. Uncle Ewan continued, this is a net made from the silk threads of the fire silkworm. The frigid ice fish really likes the aura of this net. Later, when the frigid ice fish comes up, quickly retract the net. Lin Feng nodded and laid the fishing net in the hole in the ice. Meanwhile, Uncle Ewan took out a copper gong. Clang, clang, clang. Following that, Uncle Ewan began to strike the gong. This was not something that could be done by randomly striking the gong. When Uncle Ewan struck the gong, the sound of the gong and drum had a sense of rhythm. Obviously, this method of striking the gong was very special. Lin Feng guessed that this special method of striking the gong was a secret. It was also the key to attracting the frigid ice fish. Uncle Ewan struck the gong hundreds of times. The two of them waited here for 3 days, but they were still unable to attract the frigid ice fish. Lin Feng could not help but say in a somewhat discouraged manner, Uncle, this frigid ice fish doesn't seem to take the bait. The frigid ice fish are cautious by nature, so it's normal for them not to take the bait. After 3 days of not attracting any frigid ice fish, I'm afraid this fishing operation has failed. Uncle Ewan said. Lin Feng was about to retract the net. Suddenly, a cold aura spread out from the ocean below. Crack, crack, Lin Feng and Uncle Ewan's bodies actually began to freeze. Damn, it's so cold. Lin Feng was so cold that his entire body was trembling. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he was probably already frozen into an ice sculpture. He hurriedly circulated the heavenly fire to expel the coldness. Only then did he feel much better. He's here, Uncle Ewan said excitedly. He shattered the layer of ice on his body and continued to strike the gong. Dang, 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 dang. The sound of gongs and drums rang out once again. This time, the sound was much softer. Not long after, a small bubble began to emerge from the hole in the ice. As time passed, more and more bubbles appeared. Lin Feng grabbed the fishing net and clearly felt that there were fish hitting the fishing net. Originally, he wanted to pull in the net, but Uncle Ewan shook his head at Lin Feng. Clearly, he was very experienced and knew when to close the net. Those frost ice fish. He was very cunning. Then, Uncle Ewan took out some bait. This was also the bait that had been prepared beforehand. It was concocted by Uncle Ewan using dozens of materials. He carefully cast the bait into the ice hole. The bait floated on the surface of the water and did not sink. We'll reel in the net when it floats up. Uncle Ewan whispered. Lin Feng understood and nodded slightly. Uncle Ewan continued to strike the gong and drum. It was very gentle. About 2 hours later, those frost ice fish gradually floated up. Just as Uncle Ewan had said, these frost ice fish were extremely cautious. A total of 40 to 50 frost ice fish floated up. The moment they floated up, their speed was extremely fast. They opened their mouths. Then they swallowed the bait. These frost ice fish wanted to swallow the bait as quickly as possible and then quickly leave, seeing the frost ice fish surface. Lin Feng quickly pulled in the net. Those frost ice fish were frightened and quickly dived into the depths of the sea as fast as lightning. After Lin Feng pulled the fishing net up, in the fishing net, a total of 13 frost ice fish were entangled. Haha, we're in for a treat, Uncle Ewan said with a smile. The frost ice fish struggled violently. However, the more they struggled, the tighter they were bound by the fishing net. So. At this time, a dozen figures flew over from afar. Those people floated in the air and saw the frost ice fish that Lin Feng and Uncle Ewan had caught. Young master, quickly look, it's the frost ice fish. We've been fishing for so long, but we haven't been able to catch any frost ice fish. These two people actually caught so many. A cultivator pointed at the frost ice fish in the fishing net and said, the leader of this group of people was a rather young master. That young master had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome, but his eyebrows were raised and he looked high and mighty. Let's go and take a look. The young master waved his hand, and a group of people flew towards Lin Feng and Uncle Ewan. Then they stopped 20 meters away. The guard commander pointed at Lin Feng and Uncle Ewan. He looked condescendingly at Lin Feng and Uncle Ewan and said, you two, come over here. Our young master has something to say to you. Lin Feng and Uncle Ewan acted as if they didn't hear anything. They carried the fishing net and walked towards the sled. This caused the group of people's expressions to become extremely gloomy, especially that mysterious young master. His gaze was gloomy and cold from time to time. I gave you face, but you don't want it? Shouted the officer of the guards coldly. 5 or 6 guards chased after Lin Feng, and you won. They surrounded Lin Feng, and you won. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, Don't you know that a good dog doesn't block the way? Who are you scolding? The guard commander's face turned ashen. I'm scolding dogs, said Lin Feng with a smile. You're courting death, shouted the guard commander angrily. He raised his right hand and slashed at Lin Feng. Wait, said the young master suddenly. The guard commander didn't dare to act rashly. He could only endure. He retracted his palm. The young master said with a fake smile, My guards might have been a little rude just now, so they might have offended the two of you. I apologize on their behalf. Uncle Ewan grinned and said, Ha, a master and a servant are indeed different. It's obvious who's superior. The guards looked gloomy and unsightly. They suppressed their anger. What is it? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. Why don't you sell the chilling ice fish to me? Said the young master. Not selling. Uncle Ewan flatly refused. I can pay a high price for it, said the young master. It's priceless. I won't sell it no matter how much money you offer. Let's go, said Uncle Ewan. Lin Feng took the net and left with Uncle Ewan. However, they were surrounded by a group of people. What? You want to force me to sell? Lin Feng sneered. I am Bei Ming Xian of the 9 prefectures, Bei Ming Mountain. The two of you have pretty good cultivation bases, so you shouldn't be from the Tianwu continent, right? Are you also from the 9 prefectures? Then you should have heard of my name, right? Bei Ming Xian flicked his sleeves and said, If I want something, no one can say no to it. Chapter 1586. It was not unreasonable for Bai Ming Xian to guess that Lin Feng and Yuan Bei Xian were from the 9 continents. There were very few experts in the Sky Martial Continent, and Lin Feng was a God Realm cultivator. Although he could not see through Yuan Beishuan's cultivation, Bai Ming Xian felt that Yuan Beishuan might be an elder of Lin Feng, so his cultivation should be stronger. Among the foreign powers that had come to the Sky Martial Continent, the cultivators from the 9 continents were the majority, followed by the beings from the outer realms and the sky demons. Among the beings from the outer realms, most of them were from the outer realms. There were only a few devil Dao forces in the human race. Thus, Bai Ming Xian judged that Lin Feng and Yuan Beishuan were cultivators from the 9 continents. Since they were cultivators from the 9 continents, who wouldn't give them face when they heard that they were from the Bai Ming Mountain? Even in the 9 continents, the Bai Ming Mountain was one of the top powers. However, Lin Feng and Yuan Beishuan were not cultivators from the 9 continents, so they had never heard of the Bai Ming Mountain. Of course, even if they had heard of the Bai Ming Mountain, they probably wouldn't take it to heart. Yuan Beishuan picked his ears and said with a speechless expression, What Bai Ming Mountain? Which corner of the world is that? I've never even heard of it. Are you done talking now? If you're done, then hurry up and get out of our way. I still need to go back and eat the roasted fish. I don't have the time to watch you act cool. Uffed. Lin Feng burst out laughing. This Bai Ming Xian was indeed acting cool. However, after being ridiculed by Yuan Beishuan, he couldn't hold back his anger. No matter how deep Bai Ming Xian's thoughts were at this moment, he couldn't help but feel angry. He said coldly, You've really broadened my horizons. There are actually people like you who don't know life from death. Teach these 2 people a lesson. Bai Ming Xian waved his hand. Immediately, the guard commander shouted, What are you waiting for? Attack! Boom. Following that, a group of more than 10 people surrounded Lin Feng and Yuan Beishuan. Lin Feng was still holding the fishing net in his hand. He directly threw the fishing net at the group of people. Bang, bang, bang. The fishing net smashed onto the group of cultivators. Their bodies came into contact with the ice fish. In an instant, a chill pervaded the air. Crack, crack. One by one, the guards were frozen into ice sculptures. The cold ice chi contained within these cold ice fish was extremely terrifying. Previously, it had almost frozen Lin Feng. These guards were very powerful, except for the guard commander, who was at level 9 of the empty god realm. Most of the others were at the demigod realm. Only 2 of them were at the 3rd sky of the empty god realm. They simply couldn't withstand the cold air of the cold ice fish. Other than the guard commander, who was able to withstand the cold air of the frost ice fish, the others were unable to withstand it. Now that they had been frozen into ice sculptures, they were so lifelike that they looked as if they had been personally carved by a master sculptor. As for the commander, who wasn't frozen into an ice sculpture, he was shivering from the cold. "You're all courting death." Bai Mingxian's expression suddenly darkened as he stepped forward. His body emitted a terrifying aura. Divine Fire Realm. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. No wonder this Bai Mingxian had such a fearless look on his face. His cultivation was actually so profound. Lin Feng guessed that this Bai Ming mountain was probably one of the top forces in the 9 provinces. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to nurture such a powerful successor like Bai Mingxian. Bai Mingxian opened his hand, and clouds of misty gas filled the air, enveloping Lin Feng and Yuan Bai Mingxian. "Humph!" Yuan Bai Mingxian coldly snorted. His figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind Bai Mingxian. Then, he kicked towards Bai Mingxian's, but backwards wild goose landing style. Yuan Bai Mingxian sneered. That kick landed on Bai Mingxian's, but he was suddenly attacked. Bai Mingxian's condensed attack was interrupted, and then he was sent flying by Yuan Bai Mingxian's kick. With a plop, he fell to the ground. Bai Mingxian hadn't even crawled back up when Lin Feng stepped on him. "You dare to show off with such little ability?" Lin Feng curled his lips and looked at Bai Mingxian condescendingly. Bai Mingxian's eyes instantly turned blood red. He was the successor of one of the top forces in the 9 provinces. He had always been a high and mighty figure. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Everything that had happened today was a great humiliation to him. Bai Mingxian roared, "Who are you people? Someone like you doesn't deserve to know our names. You stole his storage rings." Yuan Bai Mingxian said. It was unknown if Bai Mingxian was purposely showing off his wealth. He actually had 4 storage rings on his hand. Lin Feng forcibly took all 4 storage rings. "Give them back to me. Hurry up and give them back to me." Bai Mingxian roared furiously. His eyes turned blood red. Those were the treasures and wealth that he had obtained from his family over the past 30,000 years through countless fortuitous encounters, or through trickery and robbery. He only had those 4 storage rings. He was the richest person in the world. He didn't have those 4 storage rings. He immediately became a pauper. If a cultivator wanted to increase their cultivation quickly, they needed an endless amount of cultivation resources. Cultivation resources, to put it bluntly, were money. They needed money to buy cultivation resources. But now, those 4 storage rings had been taken away by Lin Feng. Bai Mingxian even wanted to die. Lin Feng sealed Bai Mingxian's magic power and lifted him up. He sneered, "It's just a few storage rings. You can't take it anymore? What a good-for-nothing. Roll into the sea and wake up. In the future, keep your eyes open. If you don't have the strength to show off, you'll become an idiot in the end." Lin Feng casually threw Bai Mingxian into the hole in the ice. Then he grabbed the guard commander and tossed him in as well. Next, he and Yuan Bai Ming left on the sled. Bai Mingxian was just a 2nd generation, so Lin Feng didn't take him seriously. As for Yuan Bai Mingxian, he didn't take him seriously at all. This uncle lived like a game. His strength was unfathomable. He didn't know where he came from. After returning to his residence, Yuan Baiming Xian started cooking more than 10 cold ice fish. A cultivator must first become a good chef. Otherwise, eating such a good thing would be like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. It's simply a waste of heaven's treasures. Yuan Baiming Xian grinned. His point of view was the same as Du Zhu's. Du Zhu was also a good chef. He was proficient in all kinds of cooking. Lin Feng was wondering if he should learn cooking from Yuan Baiming Xian. While Yuan Baiming Xian was cooking the cold ice fish, the main hall of the Palace of Cold Blood, the Shrine of Cold Blood, shook violently. Chapter 1587. The Palace Master has awakened. Many people in the Palace of Cold Blood were alarmed. Many of the higher-ups hurried towards the shrine and guarded the outside. Ordinary disciples were not qualified to come outside the Palace of Cold Blood. The Palace Master of the Palace of Cold Blood was called Lung Wushuang. 500,000 years ago, she was also the most beautiful woman in the Sky Martial Continent. She was a genius. It was said that she had reached the divine realm at the age of 27. 500,000 years ago was the ancient era. In the ancient era, it was still very easy to break through to the divine realm in the Sky Martial Continent. After the ancient era, the world changed greatly, and it became as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But later on, no one knew what happened. This beautiful and alluring Lung Wushuang, who had peerless talent, she became a cold-blooded and heartless female devil. She created the supreme cultivation technique, the heavenly art of cold blood, and then created the Palace of Cold Blood. Any man who dared to trespass within 100 miles of the Palace of Cold Blood would be killed without mercy. 500,000 years had passed. This rule still stood, but no one knew what happened back then. This female devil whose name shook the heavens in the ancient era seemed to have undergone some unknown changes in her body. Most of the time, she would fall into a deep sleep. Every 100,000 years, she would wake up once. Moreover, a month later, she would fall into a deep sleep again. And so, 100,000 years had passed. The Palace Master of the Palace of Cold Blood, the female devil that everyone talked about in the ancient era, she was about to wake up again. There was a huge white jade bed in the shrine, and on the white jade bed, there was a woman wearing a white palace dress. This woman was tall and slender. Her skin was snow white and delicate. She was born with a delicate face the size of a palm. This face was really too beautiful. It was as if it was a masterpiece of the heavens. However, his face was too cold. Even though she had her eyes closed, it also made people feel that this face was cold to the soul. This was the Palace Master of the Palace of Cold Blood, Lung Wushuang. Her long eyelashes fluttered. Then, swish, she opened her eyes. Her body floated in the air. 100,000 years have passed again. She muttered, and her body landed on the ground. Her bare feet that were enough to drive men crazy. She walked towards the door. Lin Feng and Yuan Beixian drank while enjoying the delicious cold ice fish. This kind of cold ice fish was very difficult to cook. Ordinary people could forget about cooking this cold ice fish into delicious dishes. Even if he encountered the frost ice fish, he would probably be frozen into an ice sculpture. In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. Yuan Beixian seemed to be in a very bad mood today as he poured one jar after another down his throat. Lin Feng said, "Uncle, why did you drink so much today?" Could it be that he was too happy after obtaining 2 treasures from the storage rings? Is that why you can't control yourself? Hearing Lin Feng's teasing words, Yuan Beixian rolled his eyes. Then he sighed. The heavenly Tao has a cycle of reincarnation. Death is sometimes a kind of release, but living is a kind of torture. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Yuan Beixian down the entire jar of wine. Then he walked out of the room. Seeing him stumble, Lin Feng was a little worried and followed him out. Yuan Beixian whistled, and the 9 snow wolves jumped out. He put a leash on the 9 snow wolves. It's the middle of the night, and it's freezing cold, and it's snowing heavily. Uncle, where are you going? Lin Feng asked. I'm going to relax. You can refine the energy of the cold ice fish. Don't waste these good things, Yuan Beixian said. Then he sat on the sled. The 9 snow wolves pulled the sled and rushed into the distance. Something's wrong with Uncle tonight, Lin Feng muttered. He didn't chase after him, because Lin Feng could feel it. Yuan Beixian didn't want him to follow him out. Yuan Beixian rode the 9 snow wolves towards the palace of cold blood and finally stopped 100 miles away from it. He looked towards the depths of the palace of cold blood and didn't move for a long time, as if he had turned into a statue. In the end, he sighed and rode the 9 snow wolves into the distance. After Lin Feng returned to his room, he sat down cross-legged. He began to refine the energy of the cold ice fish in his body. The immemorial dragonesque elephant art began to circulate. The energy of the cold ice fish in Lin Feng's body was quickly refined and then absorbed by Lin Feng's body. A portion of the energy fused into Lin Feng's mind. A portion of the energy was absorbed by the great ice art, one of the 3,000 great Daos. A portion of the energy fused into the blood in his body. The energy contained within the cold ice fish was extraordinary. Therefore, it was very important to cultivators. The energy of the cold ice fish that was absorbed by the soul raised Lin Feng's soul to the 6th level of the void god realm. Lin Feng's great ice art, one of the 3,000 great Daos, was also perfected. He directly broke through to the great perfection stage. A man wearing an ice robe sat cross-legged above the sacred art formation formed by the great ice art. This was the god of ice. The spirit of the sacred art formed after the great ice art was cultivated to the great perfection stage. This god of ice could cultivate on his own, and his cultivation would become stronger and stronger. It was rumored that the sacred art could transform into all living things. This saying was not without reason. For example, this god of ice might be able to transform into a god in the future. He would have his own life form. Of course, even if this god of ice became a god in the future, he would still be restricted by Lin Feng and have to listen to Lin Feng's orders. The transformation that Lin Feng was most happy about was the transformation of his bloodline. First of all, the immortal divine blood became purer and purer. The impurities in the immortal divine blood were all purified. The immortal divine blood originally awakened the 9 steps of death and the gates of hell. After being purified, the immortal divine blood awakened a 3rd ability. The ability awakened this time was called Bridge of Helplessness. This Bridge of Helplessness referred to the legendary Bridge of Helplessness. This Bridge of Helplessness had a great origin. According to legend, there was a road called the Yellow Springs Road, a river called the River of Forgetfulness, and a bridge called the Bridge of Helplessness. After crossing the Bridge of Helplessness, there was a platform called the Village Viewing Platform. Beside the village viewing platform, there was an old woman selling mengpa soup. Beside the River of Forgetfulness, there was a rock called the 3 Lives Rock. Mengpa soup made you forget everything, and the 3 Lives Rock recorded your past and present lives. After crossing the Bridge of Helplessness, you could take one last look at the mortal world on the village viewing platform and drink a bowl of mengpa soup made from the River of Forgetfulness. Forget everything in this life. The Bridge of Helplessness was the boundary, and a new cycle began. Thousands of feet below the Bridge of Helplessness, there were clouds and mist. No one knew what kind of path awaited the next life. The promise of the next life was just a continuation of this life. After drinking Mengpa soup, you would forget everything. Meeting in the next life was just a new beginning. The bridge of helplessness. Parting in the past life, meeting in this life, and meeting again in the next life. Chapter 1588. Naraka Bridge. Appear. Lin Feng released his immortal godly blood, and an illusionary bridge appeared. It was hazy and mysterious. It looked bestial and mysterious. The bridge seemed to carry the path from the mortal world to the netherworld. In the end, the bridge of helplessness disappeared, concealing its traces. Next, Lin Feng's second bloodline, the sovereign bloodline, began to transform. His sovereign bloodline became purer and purer. However, his sovereign bloodline didn't give him any new abilities. Lin Feng had a vague feeling that his sovereign bloodline was about to gain a new ability, but the purity of his bloodline seemed to be lacking. It seems that I need to continue looking for treasures to refine my sovereign bloodline. Only then will I be able to awaken a new ability. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Lin Feng had gained a lot this time, so Lin Feng was filled with joy. At this moment, he discovered that the sky was still dark. He didn't know how many days it had been since he entered seclusion. Lin Feng stood up and went to Yuan Beishuan's room, but he didn't find him there. He couldn't help but mutter, "It's the middle of the night. Where did Uncle go?" Lin Feng muttered, "Could it be that Uncle hasn't returned since he left that day?" Suddenly, Lin Feng's hair stood on end. He had the impression he was being stared at by a terrifying cultivator. He was startled. What kind of existence is staring at me? Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but sink. An existence that could make his hair stand on end. That existence's strength had to be far greater than his. Lin Feng knew this very well. He quickly rushed out of the room. He saw it from afar. A white-clothed woman was standing in the air, looking at the small courtyard. Snow was falling. However, when the snowflakes were about a meter away from her, they parted. She was so beautiful that she could take one's breath away. Her appearance was enough to stun the world. However, she was too cold. Lin Feng felt that she was so cold that she didn't even seem human. Instead, he looked more like an ice sculpture. Lin Feng had never seen such a cold person before. The woman's cold voice sounded, "Who are you? Why are you here?" "I'm Uncle Yuan's friend," Lin Feng said. "Friends?" The woman sneered and asked coldly, "Where is he?" "He left a few days ago and never came back," Lin Feng said. "Really? Was he avoiding me on purpose? Since you say you're his friend, I'd like to see if he'll appear if I kill you." The woman sneered. Lin Feng was speechless and said, "Where did this crazy woman come from? What does your business have to do with me? Don't drag me into this." With that, Lin Feng flew off into the distance. The white-clothed woman's body seemed to contain the power of a universe. It was simply too terrifying. Facing her, Lin Feng didn't even have the courage to fight. "Crazy? Crazy woman!" The white-clothed woman cried out in disbelief. In her long life, no one had ever dared to call her that. Today, a nihility god cultivator dared to call her a crazy woman. "I won't kill you. I'll capture you and torture you. I'll make you wish you were dead, but you won't be able to die." The white-clothed woman's voice was cold. She raised her right hand and circulated her magic power, preparing a divine ability. Sensing the white-clothed woman's aura, Lin Feng was shocked. It was too terrifying. He wondered what her cultivation level was. "Ha ha ha ha, that's a very good title. Lung Wushuang, you are a complete madwoman. Is little brother Lin wrong?" At that moment, Yuan Beishian stepped out of the void and laughed loudly. "Yuan Beishian, hand over your life." Lung Wushuang's voice was cold as she sent a palm strike at Yuan Beixian. Lin Feng was shocked. This woman was Lung Wushuang. Wasn't she the founder of the Palace of Cold Blood? The palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood was Lung Wushuang from more than 500,000 years ago. So, Yuan Beixian was also an ancient expert? What was the relationship between the palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood and Yuan Beixian? Why did they meet? The princess of the Palace of Cold Blood wanted to kill Yuan Beixian? Bang! Yuan Beixian and the palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood clashed. Both of them took 3 steps back. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. This Uncle Yuan really didn't show off. However, his strength was abnormal. He was able to fight evenly with the palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood. This was a classic example of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. If we continue fighting here, your Palace of Cold Blood will be overturned. Let's go to the outer region. Yuan Beixian's voice was cold as he flew into the sky. This time, I'll tear you to pieces. The palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood, Lung Wushuang, shouted coldly and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them disappeared without a trace. In the distance, figures in snow-white clothes flew over. They were all women as beautiful as fairies. There were beautiful women. There were young girls. All of them were extremely alluring and tender. Lin Feng looked at the group of beauties with admiration. This person is with that evil thief Yuan Beixian. Let's capture him and wait for the palace master to come back. A powerful female cultivator shouted coldly. The aura in her body was emitted. It was as if a god had descended. This was the great elder of the Palace of Cold Blood. This woman was called Lung Wuxin, the younger sister of the palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood. She was also an existence that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, although her strength was far from Lung Wushuang's. But now, she was close to the true god realm. Damn, who said that there are no experts in the sky martial continent? These hidden forces still have many terrifying experts. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He didn't dare to stay, and quickly flew into the distance. The women of the Palace of Cold Blood were beautiful, but they were all crazy women. If he was caught by them, he would be dead. Su Yibing, who was in the crowd, saw Lin Feng. She immediately revealed a shocked expression, but for some reason, Su Yibing didn't expose Lin Feng's identity. Whoosh! Lin Feng took out a void teleportation talisman and quickly left. After using more than 20 void teleportation talismans, Lin Feng even shook off Lung Wuxin, that crazy woman. They're like a group of resentful women. Is it because they don't have any men? My cultivation isn't high enough now. If it was, I would do all the beautiful female disciples and female elders of the Palace of Cold Blood 100 times. Lin Feng thought evilly. The extreme north was the territory of the Palace of Cold Blood, so Lin Feng didn't dare to appear in the city for the time being. He found a secluded place to cultivate and wait for the North Pole Tao source to appear. Time passed day by day. Finally, the day came. In the deepest part of the extreme north, the Aurora Ocean emitted violent waves that shook the surroundings. Chapter 1589. The Aurora Sea was the place where the aurora was produced. It was also the place where the North Pole Tao source was born. Now that there was a change in the Aurora Sea, countless people were extremely excited, because this meant that the North Pole Tao source was about to appear. This time was different from before. In the past, when the North Pole Tao source appeared, it was always the cultivators of the Tianwu continent who came to snatch it. The North Pole Tao source was very strange, and it was very difficult to capture it. So, the cultivators of the Tianwu continent had let the North Pole Tao source escape many times. But this time, living beings from the outer realm, heavenly demons, cultivators of the 9 provinces, there were people coming. Many deity realm experts also came. So, this time, the North Pole Tao source was very likely to be divided by various forces. Lin Feng also came to the Aurora Sea. Now that the North Pole Tao source had appeared, the people of the Palace of Cold Blood had no time to look for Lin Feng. Lin Feng even saw the female cultivators of the Palace of Cold Blood. Long Wuxin, the Grand Elder of the Palace of Cold Blood, also came to the Aurora Sea. This woman was tall and had a pair of long legs. She was especially alluring. Long Wuxin could be considered a top-grade beauty, but this woman had ill intentions towards him. In addition, more than 10 heavenly demons came from the Heavenly Demon Clan. These heavenly demons were all at the deity realm. Many living beings from the outer realm also came. Many experts of the 9 provinces also came. Now that all the forces were very powerful, it was still unknown who would be able to obtain the North Pole Tao source. Everyone was scattered everywhere, waiting for the North Pole Tao source to appear. The aurora shot out, and the world was dazzling. The dazzling light was so dazzling that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. Buzz, along with a burst of violent energy fluctuation, it spread out. In the depths of the Aurora Sea, more than 10 balls of energy flew out. Each ball of energy was wrapped in a ball of origin energy. That was the North Pole Tao source, the great Tao source condensed by heaven and earth. The North Pole Tao source has appeared. Countless people roared in excitement. Whoosh, 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 more than a dozen North Pole Tao source turned into more than a dozen streams of light and flew out as fast as lightning. Catch them! Countless cultivators pounced towards the North Pole Tao source, or used their mana to sweep towards the North Pole Tao source. Or he could summon a magic treasure to collect the North Pole Tao source. Many people fought for the North Pole Taoist source, and the fighting was extremely fierce. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out one after another. Blood splattered everywhere. It was unknown how many people had died in this battle. Now, in order to fight for the North Pole Taoist source, everyone had gone crazy. However, no one had been able to obtain the Tao source of the North Pole. More than a dozen great North Pole Tao sources rushed out of the encirclement and shot into outer space. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. After it, we can't let the Tao source of the North Pole escape. Countless cultivators chased after the North Pole Tao source in the direction it had fled. Lin Feng also locked onto a ball of Arctic Tao essence and quickly chased after it. The North Pole source of the Tao moved with incredible speed. Even with Lin Feng's astonishing speed, he could only barely keep up with the North Pole Tao source. It was very difficult for him to get close to it. This North Pole Tao source is really strange. It seems to have a mind of its own. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. The North Pole Tao source flew westward. It was clearly very familiar with the terrain of the far north, and it specialized in dangerous areas. It seemed to want to rely on the dangerous terrain to shake off Lin Feng. However, the North Pole Tao source failed every time. Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master sect. Even the most dangerous of places couldn't trap him, let alone other terrain, even if danger lurked everywhere. It wanted to trap Lin Feng. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The North Pole Tao source chased Lin Feng for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Feng discovered that the North Pole Tao source was clearly much slower than before. When he saw this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He increased his speed, and the distance between him and the North Pole Tao source grew closer and closer. The fluctuations emitted by the North Pole Tao source became more intense. It sped up again, trying to shake off Lin Feng. However, it still couldn't shake off Lin Feng. In the end, the North Pole Tao source rushed into a snowy mountain, and Lin Feng chased after it. Roar! The roar shook the sky. Rocks flew everywhere in the snowy mountain. A huge dragon that had been buried in the snow woke up. It raised its huge claw and slapped towards Lin Feng. This was a snow dragon. Its body was 1,000 meters long, and its strength was unimaginable. The North Pole Tao source was very cunning. It lured Lin Feng to the snow dragon's side. It wanted the snow dragon to kill Lin Feng. Facing the snow dragon's attack, Lin Feng was indeed in a lot of trouble. He found that he couldn't avoid it. If it were anyone else, they would have fallen into the North Pole Tao source's trap and been killed by the snow dragon's claw. However, Lin Feng had the heaven patching technique. He wanted to borrow another chance from the heavens. When the snow dragon's huge claw came down, Lin Feng disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already 200 meters away. He successfully dodged the snow dragon's attack. Then, Lin Feng quickly chased after the North Pole Tao source. The North Pole Tao source had also reached the point of exhaustion. Its speed was getting slower and slower. 2 hours later, Lin Feng finally caught up with the North Pole Tao source. He directly summoned the devouring black hole and enveloped the North Pole Tao source. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A violent devouring power surged. The North Pole Tao source was imprisoned by Lin Feng's devouring black hole. Then Lin Feng unleashed his monstrous magical power. The surging magical power enveloped the North Pole Tao source. Lin Feng used his divine consciousness to sense it and found that the North Pole Tao source had actually developed some spirituality. However, this spirituality had yet to form a complete consciousness. However, this spirituality had the ability to seek good fortune and avoid evil. No wonder it could lure Lin Feng into all kinds of dangerous places and the lairs of powerful beasts. This North Pole Tao source was really not simple. Lin Feng hurriedly found a quiet mountain forest and opened up a cave abode. Then he entered the cave abode. He sealed the cave abode with a restriction. Then Lin Feng took out the North Pole Tao source and began to refine it. The North Pole Tao source contained the power of the heavenly Tao law. It had an unimaginable divine effect on the improvement of one's cultivation base. As the Archean dragonesque elephant art circulated, the North Pole Tao source was gradually refined by Lin Feng. The magical power in Lin Feng's body began to increase greatly again. Lin Feng's lifespan was also increasing crazily. In the cave where Lin Feng was in seclusion, the sound of Tao rose in spirals and waves of immortal music. Waves of shocking ripples spread out from it. An endless amount of essence qi gushed out. This situation lasted for a full 3 days. In the end, the sound of the great Tao shook the world. Lin Feng's seclusion ended. He was overjoyed because his cultivation base had increased from the 3rd level of the Void God realm to the 5th level of the Void God realm. It was just a ball of the North Pole Tao source. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had increased his cultivation level by 2 layers. Lin Feng was astonished. The effect of the North Pole Tao source was really heaven-defying. One had to know that Lin Feng's accumulation was too strong, so it was difficult for him to break through. If it was a divine fire realm cultivator who refined the North Pole Tao source, they could at least increase by 2 or 3 levels. If it was another Void God realm expert who refined the North Pole Tao source, they could easily increase by 8 or 9 levels or even more than 10 levels. If it was a cultivator below the God realm, it was unknown how many levels they could increase by. The effect of the North Pole Tao source is too good. I'll go and see if there are any more. Lin Feng walked out of the cave. But as soon as he walked out, a cold light descended from the sky and moved straight towards Lin Feng's by Hui Acupoint with the intention to kill. The other party wanted to stab Lin Feng to death. Chapter 1590. The cold light was coming at him. It was as fast as lightning. The person's grasp of timing with this sword was simply astonishing. Lin Feng had seen that kind of sword technique before. It wasn't the first time he had experienced it. This was the sword of an assassin. The Nine Serenities Dynasty, the assassin organization. Since they took on the task of assassinating Lin Feng 10 years ago, this assassin organization never gave up. This was the credibility of the Nine Serenities. As long as they took on this task, no matter how difficult it was, no matter if the employer was alive or dead, they would persevere to complete this task. No matter how great the price was, they would complete it. The Nine Serenities tried to assassinate Lin Feng again and again, but they failed again and again. This didn't make the Nine Serenities retreat. Instead, it made the Nine Serenities more persistent. Now, in the Nine Serenities assassin headquarters, Lin Feng had become the first assassination target. The reward for assassinating Lin Feng was also very generous. It was so generous that many people went crazy for it. And the world also knew. Lin Feng had countless wealth, magic treasures, and powerful supernatural powers. If they killed Lin Feng, these wealth, magic treasures, and powerful supernatural powers would belong to the successful assassin. This was the rule of the Nine Serenities assassin dynasty. They could receive the reward of the assassin dynasty and get the wealth of the person who was killed. No wonder so many people wanted to be assassins. What a good deal. The cultivator who attacked was terrifying. He was in the divine realm and was ridiculously strong. However, his understanding of swordsmanship and assassination must have reached an unfathomable level. An assassin in the god realm. An assassin of this level. In the Nine Serenities assassin dynasty, he was definitely an ace assassin. There were few tasks that could make an assassin of this level take action, and the task of assassinating Lin Feng. Obviously, it aroused the other party's interest. The terrifying sword was about to pierce Lin Feng's head. At this critical moment, Lin Feng's body moved to the left. The sword, which was supposed to kill him, suddenly missed. Lin Feng's reaction speed was unimaginably fast. He dodged the sword. This was not a particularly difficult task. Meanwhile, Lin Feng flicked his finger. Clang! His attack bounced off the sword blade. In an instant, the cold sword was sent flying by Lin Feng. The Nine Nether assassin who had tried to assassinate Lin Feng was also shaken out. The Nine Nether assassin's pupils suddenly shrank. Perhaps even he did not expect that he would fail. Assassin. It was a venomous snake hiding in the dark. It was a hunter hiding in the dark, instead of being exposed in front of others. Assassins were best at assassination. This was because many of the secret techniques that assassins cultivated were concealment and assassination techniques. A frontal attack was often not advantageous. Therefore, after the Lin Feng assassin was exposed, he no longer had the intention to continue fighting with Lin Feng. He wanted to escape as soon as possible. But how could Lin Feng let him escape so easily? Lin Feng quickly rushed up and directly used the confinement magnetic field to shroud the Nine Nether assassin. Originally, the Nine Nether assassin wanted to travel through the void and leave, but now that his body was confined, he was unable to travel through the void. Lin Feng said in a cold voice, "Nine Nether is really haunting me. Today you came to kill me. You are destined to seek your own death." As his voice fell, Lin Feng punched towards the Nine Nether assassin. Bang! That powerful punch landed on the assassin's body. The Nine Nether assassin's body exploded, his body and soul destroyed. He was killed by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He kept the 9 Nether Assassins' source energy, and then quickly left. The Nihility God Realm Cultivator's source energy had no effect on Lin Feng. But after all, it was God's source energy. Lin Feng could not use it. However, many people could use it, such as Lin Feng's women Shangwan Feier and the others. They could use the god's source energy to improve their cultivation. Lin Feng continued to search for the whereabouts of the North Pole Tao source. However, there were too few North Pole Tao source, and so many days had passed. Therefore, Lin Feng could not find the North Pole Tao source even after searching for many days. It was not until 7 days later that he found a ball of North Pole Tao source. This ball of North Pole Tao source was 3 times larger than the one he had refined previously. It contained energy. It was extremely abundant. After seeing such a large ball of North Pole Tao source, Lin Feng was extremely excited and quickly chased after it. If he could catch this ball of North Pole Tao source, it would be heaven-defying. What level would his cultivation be at? However, this ball of North Pole Tao source was very cunning. It brought Lin Feng to many dangerous places and finally shook off Lin Feng. Lin Feng searched everywhere for the whereabouts of this ball of North Pole Tao source. However, after searching for a long time, he did not find anything. This made Lin Feng quite depressed. It disappeared. Could it be hiding? Lin Feng frowned. He continued to search for the whereabouts of the North Pole Tao source. He still could not find it. In a mountain range, Lin Feng noticed that there was an intense battle going on. 3 heavenly demons, 12 extraterrestrial beings, and more than 10 cultivators from the 9 provinces continent were fiercely attacking a group of women. The women being besieged were female cultivators from the Palace of Cold Blood. At this moment, there were more than 30 corpses lying on the ground. Most of them were female cultivators from the Palace of Cold Blood. There were still a few female cultivators from the Palace of Cold Blood who were bitterly holding on. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Ripping sounds could be heard as the remaining female cultivators from the Palace of Cold Blood were killed one after another. You killed our people in the extreme north. The palace master will not let you off. An elder from the Palace of Cold Blood shouted in grief. A heavenly demon said disdainfully, "A mere faction from the Martial Sky continent can be destroyed with a flick of a finger. What bullshit palace master? If he comes, won't he be crushed by us?" The extraterrestrial beings and the cultivators from the 9 provinces continent obviously had the same thought. They did not care about the Palace of Cold Blood. They did not know much about the Palace of Cold Blood. These people were all high and mighty. They looked down on the Martial Sky continent. They looked down on the cultivators of the Martial Sky continent even more. "Yibing, leave quickly." The elder from the Palace of Cold Blood screamed. In the next moment, her body swelled up. Bang! The elder from the Palace of Cold Blood chose to self-detonate. A terrifying energy wave swept out, and immediately 5 or 6 demigod experts were killed, while many others were injured. The female elder who had self-detonated was a first firmament nihility god. She was also a high and mighty person, but she had been forced to self-detonate. Her death could be said to be extremely miserable and sorrowful. Auntie, only the last female cultivator, was still alive. She cried bitterly, but this female cultivator knew that she could not let down her auntie's good intentions. She had to escape alive. The female cultivator rushed out of the gap and fled into the distance. "You can't escape." A heavenly demon laughed sinisterly. He opened his hand, and a huge hand that covered the sky grabbed at the female cultivator, making it impossible for her to escape. The female cultivator's face was filled with despair. Sui Bing. Seeing the female cultivator, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. Chapter 1591. Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of the Palace of Cold Blood. After all, because of Yuan Beixian, a group of crazy women from the Palace of Cold Blood had chased after him. Lin Feng didn't even know what had happened between the Palace of Cold Blood and Yuan Beixian, and he was innocently implicated. But no matter what, Lin Feng had a good impression of Su Yibing. Previously, he had gone to look for the 9 earth-profound liquid with Su Yibing, although Su Yibing always looked cold. In fact, she was very cold. Under her cold appearance, there was a hint of cuteness. Although he didn't have a good relationship with the Palace of Cold Blood because of Yuan Beixian, Lin Feng didn't have any bad feelings towards Su Yibing. Now that he saw Su Yibing in trouble, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't sit idly by. Swoosh! Lin Feng disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Su Yibing in the next moment. He grabbed Su Yibing's small waist and jumped into the void, dodging the tyrannical attack of the heavenly demon. In the next moment, the two appeared 100 meters away. After seeing Lin Feng, Su Yibing was slightly surprised. Now that Lin Feng was hugging her, her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. "Brat, who are you? How dare you meddle in other people's business?" A heavenly demon clamored, "I'm your grandfather." Lin Feng used the burning wrath of the heavens to condense a fireball and threw it over. Bang! The fireball exploded, enveloping everyone in it. From time to time, screams and angry roars could be heard. All the cultivators below the god realm were killed by the explosion. Only the cultivators above the god realm survived, but many of them were also injured. "Brat, you're courting death." More than a dozen God Realm experts roared and rushed towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng and Su Yibing had already disappeared. These heavenly demons, beings from the outer realm, and cultivators of the 9 states had the advantage in numbers, but if they really fought, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. He didn't stay to fight with these people because Lin Feng didn't think it was necessary at all. His goal was to save Su Yibing. Instead of fighting with others in magical powers, if they really fought, if they didn't take good care of Su Yibing. Instead, Su Yibing might lose her life. Running away after saving someone was the best choice. Lin Feng stopped beside a small stream. Su Yibing's aura was weak, and her mood was very low. The tragic death of a fellow disciple, and her aunt's tragic death. This was obviously a huge blow to Su Yibing. The dead cannot be brought back to life. "My condolences," Lin Feng said. Su Yibing nodded and said, "I never thought that you would appear and save me. You are you, and the Palace of Cold Blood is the Palace of Cold Blood. I won't abandon you just because you're a disciple of the Palace of Cold Blood," Lin Feng said. Su Yibing's heart warmed slightly, but she also felt a little disappointed. Was it just a simple friendship? Back then, the sect still wanted her to marry Lin Feng. Su Yibing did not refuse. This was enough to show that Su Yibing did not reject Lin Feng. Not everyone in the Palace of Cold Blood was heartless. There were still some female disciples who married other male cultivators, which was equivalent to a bridge between the two forces. At least for now, Su Yibing was not a person who had cut off her 7 emotions and 6 desires. Lin Feng asked, "Why did those people kill you? Could it be because you obtained the North Pole Tao source?" "No." Su Yibing bit her lips and said, "We obtained the Tao source stone." "Tao source stone? What's that?" Lin Feng was puzzled. Rumor has it that there is a small world in the depths of the Aurora Sea. The North Pole Tao source flew out from that small world, and the Tao source stone is the key to opening that small world. Su Yibing said, "So those people came to kill you because they wanted to snatch the key?" Lin Feng asked. Su Yibing nodded and said, "But they don't know that there are a total of 3 Tao source stones. Even if they obtain one, they won't be able to open that small world." Lin Feng said, It's only a matter of time. Anyway, cultivators have a long lifespan. If they collect the first Tao Source Stone, they might be able to collect the second one. Sooner or later, they will be able to collect all 3 Tao Source Stones. Lin Feng did not look at the Tao Source Stone, although he was rather interested in the mysterious small world in the depths of the Aurora Sea. However, only one Tao Source Stone had appeared to open that small world. Lin Feng did not know when the other 2 would appear. Now, Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian were about to have a life and death battle. After this battle, if Lin Feng could survive, he would probably have to leave the Tianmu continent soon. He probably could not wait until the day the small world in the depths of the Aurora Sea opened. Therefore, Lin Feng was not very interested in the Tao Source Stone. Aunt is also dead. I'm the only one left in the sect. Su Yibing's voice was sad. She secretly shed tears. Heartless Palace, how about you don't go back in the future? Come back with me and be a servant girl to warm my bed. Lin Feng's right hand slowly rested on Su Yibing's waist. Su Yibing's pretty face was pink, and she did not say anything. You evil thief, you actually dare to seduce my sex disciple. At this time, an angry roar came from the distance. More than 10 figures quickly flew over. The leader was the great elder of the palace of Heartless, Long Wuxin. The palace master of the palace of Heartless, Long Wushuang, spent most of her time in deep sleep. Therefore, the matters of the palace of Heartless were basically handled by this great elder Lung Wuxin. This woman had a lot of power in her hands. Seeing Lung Wuxin's arrival, Su Yibing's pretty face slightly changed. She said softly, "The great elder is here. Hurry up and leave. Be careful." Lin Feng said softly. Then he turned and flew into the distance. "Yibing, you hooked up with that wild man?" Lung Wuxin said coldly. Su Yibing's expression didn't change as she replied, reporting to the great elder, "He just saved me. Although he said some flirtatious things to me, I'm not stupid enough to believe a man's words so easily." "It's good that you know." Shui Wuxin flung her sleeves and quickly chased after Lin Feng. "Damn, I can't stay in the extreme north anymore. I'm not going to look for the North Pole Tao source anymore." Lin Feng muttered. Lung Wuxin had her eyes on him, and Lin Feng knew that this was not a good thing. Lung Wuxin's cultivation was close to the true God realm. She was too strong. He was no match for Lung Wuxin. Now, he could only choose to leave quickly. Lung Wuxin quickly chased after him and said coldly, as expected of a thief who hangs out with that evil Yuan Beixian, "You're not good people." Seeing the crazy woman chasing after him, Lin Feng sneered. "Is it because you haven't had a man for a long time that you've become a resentful woman? I'll take a loss and help you with your physiological needs. How about that? I promise I'll make you fly. You're courting death." Lung Wuxin was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She slapped her palm towards Lin Feng from dozens of miles away. A gigantic hand condensed into a gigantic hand, which descended from the sky and moved straight towards Lin Feng. "Damn, isn't this too perverted? She can still attack me from so far away." Lin Feng's facial expression suddenly changed when he saw the gigantic energy hand descending towards him. Chapter 1592. Lung Wuxin was indeed an expert close to the true God realm. She was too powerful. Ordinary cultivators, even God realm cultivators, could only attack from a dozen miles away. It wasn't that they couldn't attack. It was just that attacking from such a distance meant that the power she could condense was limited. However, the power Lung Wuxin condensed was still very powerful. The main reason was that this woman's realm was too high. That terrifying punch was descending from the sky and moving towards Lin Feng with the force of Mount Tai. Lin Feng had no choice but to block the attack. He turned into the 8 trigrams and swept toward the energy hand. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, it was accompanied by a dull and violent collision sound. Lin Feng's 8 trigrams collided with Lung Wuxin's attack. Lin Feng was beaten back to his original state. However, Lung Wuxin's attack also dissipated. Lin Feng didn't suffer any serious injuries. After all, the distance between them was too far. Lung Wuxin's cultivation was heaven-defying, but her attack from such a distance wasn't powerful enough to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng fled into the distance. Lung Wuxin probably knew that her attack couldn't really hurt Lin Feng from such a distance, so she didn't continue to attack. Instead, she chased after him. Lung Wuxin was like a maggot. Lin Feng couldn't get rid of her no matter how hard he tried. Thief, you can't run away. Wait until I catch you. I'll teach you a lesson. Lung Wuxin said fiercely. Lin Feng was annoyed. Crazy bitch. I don't have any grudges with you. I even saved your female disciple. You don't thank me, that's one thing, but you're still chasing me? Have you lost your conscience? You're right, said Lin Feng. The people of the Palace of Cold Blood don't need you despicable men to save them even if they die. Lung Wuxin said coldly. Lin Feng was speechless. Lung Wuxian was really biased against men. He was too extreme. He didn't listen to reason at all. One day later, Lin Feng saw an ancient city appear in front of him. The ancient city was bustling with activity. Many people were discussing the emergence of the North Pole Tao source. Lin Feng flew above the ancient city. This ancient city was called North Pole City. It was also under the rule of the Palace of Cold Blood. Help! The tigress at home is going to kill someone. Tell me, which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines now? I just want to get a concubine, and the tigress at home wants to kill me. Lin Feng wailed loudly. You bastard! What nonsense are you spouting? When Lung Wuxin heard Lin Feng's words from afar, her pretty face turned green with anger. Brother, you're so pitiful. You married such a tigress. Brother, why don't you divorce her? A real man doesn't need to worry about not having a wife. Many people cried out. Lung Wuxin chased after him with a gloomy face. She shouted angrily, Wait till I catch you. See how I'll deal with you. By then, Lung Wuxin had caught up as well. She flew above the ancient city. The group of people who had been clamoring for Lin Feng to divorce his wife saw that Lung Wuxin was so beautiful. Many people started cursing him. Fuck, he has such a slut at home, and he still wants to marry her? He's worse than an animal. Yeah, she's not a good person. If I married a slut like her, I'd hold her in my hands and she'd melt in my mouth. That brat doesn't know how to cherish her. Beauty, why don't you divorce him and follow me? I promise I'll treat you like an empress. Many people were shouting at the same time. You're all courting death. Lung Wuxin shouted angrily and slapped the shouting cultivators in the city. Hurry up and dodge. Many people shouted in fear and tried to dodge. Those who were too slow were blown away by the wind and coughed up blood. They were obviously badly injured. If Lung Wuxin hadn't been in a hurry to chase after Lin Feng, she would have killed those people already. She killed people without batting an eyelid. Whoever marries a tigress like her will be unlucky. Seeing Lin Feng and Lung Wuxin leaving the ancient city, many people wiped their sweat. Bastard, you're ruining my reputation. When I catch you, I'll cut your tongue off. Lung Wuxin said through gritted teeth. She had never been so angry before. She had been chasing after a small cultivator at the Hollow God realm for such a long time, but she hadn't been able to catch up with him. What drove her crazy was that Hun Dun was running away shamelessly. If they didn't say something to tease her, they would run to crowded places and talk nonsense. Lung Wuxin wanted to catch Lin Feng right now and torture Lin Feng. That was the only way to vent her anger. If I catch you, I won't cut your tongue off. I'll strip you naked. Lin Feng shouted. Lung Wuxin gritted her teeth and sped up. However, Lin Feng was best at speed. He stepped on the octagonal world and sped up as well. Lung Wuxin couldn't catch up with him. Of course, it wasn't easy for Lin Feng to get rid of Lung Wuxin. Just like that, they didn't stop for 10 days and 10 nights. One escaped, the other chased. Lin Feng couldn't get rid of Lung Wuxin. After 10 days, Lin Feng started to feel exhausted. After all, his cultivation was much weaker than Lung Wuxin's. Lin Feng slowed down a lot. Lung Wuxin's speed was still at its peak. The distance between them was getting closer. Looks like you can't hold on much longer, Lung Wuxin said coldly. Lin Feng's face darkened. He changed his direction and flew towards the mountains where Xuelong was. Xuelong was terrifying. He might be able to stop Lung Wuxin with the help of Xuelong. 2 days later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the snow mountain where Xuelong lived. The distance between him and Lung Wuxin had shrunk from more than 10 miles to more than 1,000 meters. It wouldn't take long for Lin Feng to be caught up. Lin Feng rushed into the snow mountain. Lung Wuxin chased after him. The distance between them was reduced again. They were now only 800 or 900 meters apart. You can't escape. Lung Wuxin snorted and grabbed at the air. Suddenly, a palm condensed in the air and grabbed at Lin Feng. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. It was like the hand of a god. There was no way to avoid it. This is the hand of God, a peerless technique passed down from the immortal ancient era. Lung Wuxin sneered and looked at Lin Feng coldly. He seemed to think that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to avoid this attack. Whoosh! Just as the huge palm was about to grab Lin Feng disappeared. He used the heaven patching technique to avoid the attack. Roar! With a deafening roar, Xuelong shattered the snow on its body and rushed out. It raised its huge claw at Lung Wuxin, who dared to attack in its territory. From Xuelong's point of view, Lung Wuxin was challenging its authority. Humph! Lung Wuxin snorted and turned into a shadow. Xuelong's attack didn't hit Lung Wuxin. It only hit Lung Wuxin's shadow. This is the great displacement technique. Lin Feng's expression changed. He turned around and ran away. You can't escape, Lung Wuxin shouted and chased after Lin Feng. She wanted to capture him in one fell swoop. However, at this moment, a loud rumbling sound was heard. A huge black hole appeared. It was like a black hole in the universe. It released an endless devouring force that covered the entire mountain range. Lin Feng, Lung Wuxin, and Xuelong were also covered by the devouring force. The huge black hole wanted to devour everyone. Oh no, the underworld cave has appeared. When he saw the huge black hole, even someone as strong as Lung Wuxin was scared out of his wits. Chapter 1593. The Netherworld Cave was one of the 9 famous death caves in the Tianmu continent. The Netherworld Cave was very strange. It could hide for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. It could also appear in any place. Lin Feng had heard of the Netherworld Cave, but he had never seen it. Lung Wuxin was different. She had seen the Netherworld Cave and knew how terrifying it was. The last time she saw the Netherworld Cave was 50,000 years ago. At that time, the Netherworld Cave appeared in the Tianmu continent. Countless cultivators were devoured, and the casualties were extremely heavy. Lung Wuxin was lucky that time and avoided being devoured by the Netherworld Cave. But this time, he wasn't as lucky as he was 200,000 years ago. The netherworld cave appeared. She was enveloped. Lung Wuxin wanted to get rid of the netherworld cave, but she found that she couldn't resist the devouring of the netherworld cave. Rumor had it that no one who was devoured by the netherworld cave could survive. Lung Wuxin naturally knew what would happen once she was devoured by the netherworld cave. However, she didn't have a way to resist the netherworld cave. Her body flew towards the netherworld cave uncontrollably. Snow Dragon was the same. It roared, and its huge body tried to get rid of the netherworld cave's devouring. But after trying many times, it failed. Even the entire snow mountain range was uprooted. It flew towards the netherworld cave. F***CK. I'm too unlucky. How could I encounter the netherworld cave that only appears once in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years? Lin Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. He tried hard to get rid of the netherworld cave, but he found out, no matter what, it was difficult to get rid of it. He really wanted to cry. His body flew towards the netherworld cave. In the end, he was devoured by the netherworld cave. The netherworld cave appeared in the North Sea world and began to devour cultivators everywhere. This was simply disastrous. Countless cultivators were devoured by the netherworld cave. Many people's bodies exploded the moment they were devoured by the netherworld cave. Their bodies turned into blood mist. They were absorbed by the netherworld cave. Only the deity realm experts didn't die. Then, they fell into the depths of the netherworld cave. The netherworld cave was connected to a mysterious space. The cave entrance was both the entrance and the exit. Lin Feng got up from the ground. He rubbed his buttocks and looked at the dark interior of the netherworld cave, feeling depressed. How do we get out of this broken place? He frowned slightly. He was surrounded by a misty world, and a gloomy and cold aura filled the air. It made one's hair stand on end. He flew into the distance and soon saw Lung Wuxin. Lung Wuxin also saw Lin Feng. But this time, Lung Wuxin didn't attack Lin Feng. How strange. Has this woman's personality changed? Lin Feng muttered. However, Lin Feng soon realized that something was wrong with Lung Wuxin. She was injured, her face was pale, and there was a bloody handprint on her left chest. He didn't know what hurt her. Lin Feng was horrified. The space inside the netherworld cave was definitely not simple. Roar! In the distance, the snow dragon roared towards the sky. The snow dragon's body was extremely huge. It was 3,000 meters long. Now, he was standing on top of a mountain. He was constantly spitting out all kinds of draconic divine abilities. This was the Dragon Clan's divine ability, and it was abnormally strong. It was unknown what the snow dragon was attacking. What creature is the snow dragon fighting with? Lin Feng looked at the injured Lung Wuxin and asked. He felt that this woman might know something about the situation. Lung Wuxin replied, "A creature shrouded in darkness. I don't know what it is, but it attacked me before. We can't stay here for long. There should be other cultivators here. Gather them and think of a way to get out." Lin Feng nodded. He felt that this was the only way. There was strength in numbers. Their chances of escaping would be higher. He and Lung Wuxin quickly left. The world was just that mysterious. There were no eternal enemies. Most of the time, enemies or allies were determined by the specific situation they faced. Pooh! In the distance, a black light tore through the sky and split the huge snow dragon in half. Dragon blood splattered across the sky. Then, black chi covered the sky and enveloped the snow dragon. The snow dragon's body was 3,000 meters long. Its flesh and blood were instantly sucked clean, leaving behind only a huge skeleton. Keek, keek. A sinister voice came from the black mist. "Nether Lord! Nether Lord!" The black mist spread in this space. There was a blurry figure in the black mist. No one knew what kind of existence it was. It was terrifying and powerful. Lin Feng and Long Wuxin found some other cultivators who had survived in this space. There were a total of 17 people. There were 4 heavenly demons, 5 foreign cultivators, and 8 cultivators from the Jiuzhou continent. These people were all divine realm cultivators. Like Lin Feng and Long Wuxin, they had been devoured by the terrifying Netherworld cave. There's a terrifying creature in the Netherworld cave. We need to work together to kill it. Long Wuxin said. A cultivator named Zhang Qingyuan said, rumor has it that the Netherworld cave is a passageway to the underworld. It's a place filled with demons. The creature you're talking about must be the Netherlord. Rumor has it that there's a Netherlord in the Netherworld cave. This Netherlord personally watches over the passageway between the underworld and the Netherworld cave. There's absolutely no hope for us to kill the Netherlord. We'll only be sending ourselves to our deaths. Does that mean we can only sit and wait to die in the hands of the Netherlord? One of the foreign cultivators said with a gloomy expression, no, it's rumored that the Netherlord will take in some Nether Devil slaves, and the Nether Devil slaves will serve the Netherlord for 1,000,000 years. After 1,000,000 years, they'll obtain their freedom. What we need to do now isn't to fight against the Netherlord, but to submit to the Netherlord and become Nether Devil slaves. We'll be under the Netherlord's command. After 1,000,000 years, we'll naturally be reborn. Zhang Qingyuan said, 1,000,000 years of service is too great a price to pay. Many people looked gloomy. Even though the lifespan of a god was long, 1,000,000 years, that was too long. To a high and mighty god, being enslaved for 1,000,000 years was unacceptable. If we become nether demonic slaves, what are we supposed to do? Someone asked, I heard that we're going to enter the underworld to do something for the Netherlord. However, I don't know what we're supposed to do. Zhang Qingyuan said, the underworld, that's a place for the dead. We're living people. Do you think we can come out alive after entering the underworld? Someone said exasperatedly, with the Netherlord's protection, we don't have to worry about death. Zhang Qingyuan said. Many people were moved. This caused many people to be tempted, because not everyone wished to fight the Netherlord to the death. In the end, the group of people left unhappily. Lin Feng walked away. No matter what, it was impossible for him to become a nether demonic slave. Chapter 1594. Zhang Qingyuan's group of 9 went to look for the Netherlord. Lin Feng, Long Wuxin, and the other 9 did not go with them. Many of them had the same idea as Lin Feng. They would rather fight the Netherlord than submit and become his slaves. Since ancient times, many cultivators had fought for their freedom without any regrets. Endless darkness shrouded the land. In the darkness, a hazy figure walked toward Zhang Qingyuan and the other 8. Great Netherlord, we're here to seek refuge from you. We're willing to become your nether devil slaves. Zhang Qingyuan and the others knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the Netherlord. The Netherlord let out a strange laugh and said, all of you are quite self-aware. Zhang Qingyuan quickly said, it's our honor to be able to serve my lord. The Netherlord said gloomily, do all of you know what you'll have to do after becoming a nether devil slave? Zhang Qingyuan and the others quickly lowered their heads and said, no matter what it is, we're willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. We definitely won't disappoint my lord. In that case, I'll give all of you a chance to become a nether devil slave. As long as you pass the test, you'll become a nether devil slave. The Netherlord said meaningfully, we'll obey my lord's command. The group of people quickly replied. The Netherlord said, kill everyone other than the 9 of you and bring their heads to me. At that time, all of you will become my nether devil slaves. Zhang Qingyuan and the others' expressions changed abruptly. They did not expect the Nether Lord to make such a request. He was asking them to kill each other. Zhang Qingyuan said, "My lord, there are a few powerful people among those people. Their cultivation bases are close to the true God realm. We're willing but powerless. Either they die, or all of you die. I won't listen to any excuses." The Nether Lord swept his right hand. In an instant, Zhang Qingyuan and the others were swept away. "What should we do now?" A God State expert said. Zhang Qingyuan said with a gloomy expression, "A man is not a man if he is petty. Since those people don't know about the request that the Nether Lord has made to us, we'll defeat them one by one and win their favor first. After that, we'll make our move by poisoning them or ambushing them. I guarantee that we'll be able to take their lives." "All right, let's do it." The group of people nodded. Then they quickly left. Not long after, they encountered two deity realm cultivators. These two people were called Lu Onxing and Lu Engshi. They were a pair of brothers. The brothers sneered when they saw Zhang Qingyuan and the others. They despised Zhang Qingyuan and the others for wanting to seek refuge with the Nether Lord. "Brother Zhang." Zhang Qingyuan and the others cupped their fists. Lu Onxing said with an indifferent expression, "Aren't all of you going to look for the Nether Lord and rely on him? Why are you here?" Zhang Qingyuan said, "Our previous decision was due to our lack of consideration. We've discussed it and decided to give up on this plan. There are so many of us. If we join forces, even the Nether Lord might not be able to kill us. Why should we rely on the Nether Lord? Moreover, I don't believe that this Netherworld cave is flawless. There must be a way out. If we search for it patiently, we'll definitely find it." The Lu brothers' expressions softened when they heard Zhang Qingyuan's words. They said, "Now that everyone is scattered around looking for an exit, why don't we gather everyone again and discuss a countermeasure? I'm sure our previous actions have disappointed all of you. When the time comes, we'll need both Brother Lu's help to deal with them." Zhang Qingyuan said. Lu Engshi nodded and said, "Don't worry. We'll definitely resolve the misunderstanding." Lu Onxing said, "If that's the case, let's go and look for the others now." Zhang Qingyuan and the others had no objections. The group then flew into the distance. Zhang Qingyuan and the other 8 people exchanged glances. They purposely fell behind the Lu brothers. Then the 9 of them attacked at the same time and ambushed the Lu brothers from behind. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the combined sneak attack of 9 gods was naturally incomparably terrifying. The Lu brothers were indeed powerful. However, they hadn't expected Zhang Qingyuan and the others to ambush them. Thus, when faced with Zhang Qingyuan and the others' attacks, the Lu brothers didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying. The 2 brothers fell to the ground and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The blood they coughed up was mixed with their internal organs. It was obvious that their internal organs had been destroyed by the attacks of the 9 deities. These injuries were almost fatal. The 2 brothers pointed at Zhang Qingyuan, and the others, their eyes filled with boundless hatred. "Don't hate us. If you want to hate yourselves for not knowing how to appreciate kindness and not standing on the same side as us." Zhang Qingyuan sneered, raised his right hand, and beheaded the Lu brothers. Lin Feng continued walking towards the depths of the Netherworld cave. Lung Wuxin followed him. She said, "You seem to have an idea of how to escape?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "The Netherlord is so terrifying. It won't be easy to escape. However, there might be a special place in the depths of this Netherworld cave, right? It's worth a look. However, it'll be terrible if we encounter the Netherlord." I'm guessing that place might be the Netherlord's lair. Lung Wuxin frowned slightly. What do you think is the Netherlord's cultivation base? Lin Feng asked. Lung Wuxin replied, the true god realm. Lin Feng sighed and said, he's too powerful. It's really despairing. Lung Wuxin said, a few years ago, I read about the Netherlord in a Taoist scripture. I wonder if it's related to the Netherlord before us. What's in the Taoist scripture? Lin Feng asked. The Netherlord doesn't refer to a single person. To be precise, it's a position bestowed by the Netherworld. It's just like how there are many generals in the mortal countries. A general is a position, and the Netherlord is also a position. Lung Wuxin explained. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, if that's the case, there should be more than one Netherlord in this world. Lung Wuxin nodded and said, that's right. The Netherlord's duty is to guard the entrances to the Netherworld. According to legend, the Netherworld is one of the 3 highest realms that surpasses the 3,000 major realms. It's mysterious and ancient, and it should have passageways to many other worlds. That's why there are many Netherlords. Lin Feng said. Lung Wuxin nodded and said, that's right. They're equivalent to the guardians of the passageways. That's why I'm guessing that the entrance to the Netherworld is in the depths of the Netherworld cave. Perhaps the Netherlord's weakness is there. Lin Feng said, if we can find the Netherlord's weakness, we might be able to shake him off and leave the Netherworld cave. Chapter 15, 95. Lin Feng and Lung Wuxian continued walking and finally arrived in the depths of the empty space. Look, there's a huge whirlpool. Lung Wuxin pointed. The whirlpool vaguely formed a huge, distorted door. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly when he saw the whirlpool. He said, could that be the passage to the Netherworld? Lung Wuxin nodded and said, that might be possible. Both of them looked around the whirlpool. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze stopped on a stone tablet. The stone tablet was pitch black in color. It emitted a cold and gloomy aura. Soul Seal Stone. Lin Feng was shocked. He had once read about the Soul Seal Stone in a Taoist scripture. The Soul Seal Stone was a Sun Mother Stone. The Sun Mother Stone was divided into 2 types of stones, the Sun Stone and the Mother Stone. The Mother Stone could control the Sun Stone. The Soul Seal Stone in front of him was undoubtedly the Sun Stone. The Soul Seal Stone could imprison a cultivator's soul. It was very strange for a Soul Seal Stone to appear here. Lin Feng could not help but feel puzzled. In this place, why would a Soul Seal Stone appear here? Is that the Soul Seal Stone? I've heard of it before, but this is my first time seeing it. The Soul Seal Stone can imprison souls. Moreover, it's a treasure that poses a great threat to souls. Lung Wuxin said. Lin Feng said, could it be that the Netherlord's soul has been imprisoned? Lung Wuxin pondered for a moment before he said, the Netherlord guards the passages between the Netherworld and the other worlds. Logically speaking, this should be a pretty good position, right? Does the Netherworld need to imprison the Netherlords with Soul Seal Stones? There's no need for that at all. No. Lin Feng shook his head. Lung Wuxuang looked at Lin Feng in confusion. What do you think is wrong? Lin Feng said, "In soldiers make way. Living beings make way." The Nether soldiers were the living beings of the underworld, and the living beings of the underworld were probably suppressed by some kind of heavenly law. They were not allowed to go to other worlds as they pleased. Therefore, the Nether soldiers would usually appear at night, and they would pass through some dangerous places where no one would appear. These Nether lords, on the other hand, were guarding the passageways between the underworld and other worlds. They had been so lonely and desolate throughout the long years. Tell me, did they not want to break away from the underworld, enter the human world, and enjoy a life of freedom? This Lung Wuxing fell into deep thought, because she felt that Lin Feng's reasoning was really worth thinking about. People who had freedom. He would never know how much those who were imprisoned yearned for freedom. So many people for freedom. He did not hesitate to sacrifice his own life. Lung Wuxing said, "Perhaps it's just as you said. The soul-sealing stone is used to imprison the Netherlord's soul. If that's the case, isn't the soul-sealing stone the Netherlord's nemesis? Let's go and get the soul-sealing stone now. With the soul-sealing stone, it'll be easier to suppress the Netherlord." Lung Wuxing was about to move to collect the stone tablet. However, Lin Feng caught her. "What are you doing?" Lung Wuxing's eyes turned cold instantly. Although she was temporarily in an alliance with Lin Feng, she had never been in contact with a man before. She was still the Grand Elder of the Palace of Cold Blood who had cut off all relationships. Lin Feng pointed to the distance. Lung Wuxing looked over. She saw a black figure walking toward the soul-sealing stone step by step. It was none other than the Netherlord. Lung Wuxing's expression changed slightly when she saw the Netherlord. "We can't stay here any longer. Let's go," Lin Feng said. He and Lung Wuxing left silently. "The Netherlord has returned to the depths of the realm. With him here, we can't collect the soul-sealing stone. What should we do now?" Lung Wuxing's expression was slightly gloomy. Lin Feng said, "He'll come out sooner or later. When he comes out, we'll go and collect the soul-sealing stone." Lung Wuxing nodded. The howls of wild beasts could be heard from time to time in the forest. There were many powerful wild beasts living in the Netherworld cave. Of course, these wild beasts could hardly pose a threat to Lin Feng and Lung Wuxing. The bonfire burned brightly. The roasted meat on it was golden in color, and its aroma filled the air. Lin Feng cut a piece of roasted meat with his dagger and passed it to Lung Wuxing. "I don't eat these things. They're not beneficial to my cultivation," Lung Wuxing said coldly. She took out a spirit fruit and ate it in small bites. Lin Feng said, "Life isn't about cultivation. You have to know how to enjoy life." "That's a crooked idea," Lung Wuxing snorted. "Seeking immortality is the true meaning of life. Everything that hinders cultivation should be abandoned. For example, how many impurities are in the roasted meat in your hand?" Lin Feng asked, "Why do you seek immortality?" Lung Wuxing was speechless at Lin Feng's question. For 500,000 years, she had been cultivating diligently, and her cultivation had been constantly improving. But life seemed to be following a routine. One thing after another. She repeated it every day. She didn't know how many times she had repeated it. Lin Feng said, "Life should be learned to enjoy it, whether it's physical or mental." Lung Wuxing wanted to refute, but in the end, she just snorted and didn't say anything. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was eating meat and drinking wine in large mouthfuls. Seeing Lin Feng eating so happily, she asked about the fragrant roasted meat. Lung Wuxing couldn't help but want to try the roasted meat. She looked at the roasted meat from time to time. But in the end, she looked away. She looked again. Then she looked away again. Lin Feng laughed inwardly. This woman, she must be craving it too, right? Humans couldn't live without meat. If someone didn't eat meat for a long time, let's see if you're craving it. Lin Feng cut a piece of meat and passed it to Lung Wuxing, saying, "Eating meat will allow you to recover faster. This will allow us to be in the best condition to deal with possible dangers." Lung Wuxing snorted. "I was determined not to touch this kind of food, but in order to deal with the upcoming danger, I'm eating some." Women always liked to find a reason or an excuse to cover themselves up when they did something. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't expose Lung Wuxing. Lung Wuxing took a small bite of the roasted meat, and her eyes lit up. Then she began to wolf it down. Not long after, a large piece of roasted meat was finished by Lung Wuxin. Cut me another piece. Lung Wuxin said. I thought you didn't like it. Lin Feng said with a smile. Why do you care? Lung Wuxin glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dare to offend this lady, so he quickly cut a piece of roasted meat and passed it to her. Then he passed her a wine jar and said, Good wine with roasted meat. The taste is not ordinary. Come, try it. Lung Wuxin hesitated for a moment, then took the wine jar and drank a small mouthful, choking and coughing. You've never even drunk wine before? Oh my God! How did you survive all these years? Could it be that you're living like a walking corpse? That's too boring. Lin Feng shook his head. Lung Wuxin snorted. You're the one who's living like a walking corpse. My life is also colorful. Isn't it just wine? I've drunk more wine than you've ever seen. After Lung Wuxin finished speaking, she gulped down a few mouthfuls. Chapter 1596. Ah! Screams could be heard. Lin Feng was also woken up. When he opened his eyes, he found Lung Wuxin looking at him with a face full of grief and anger. Lung Wuxin's clothes were half undone. The boundless spring scenery was right in front of his eyes, and his clothes were in a mess. What did you do to me? Lung Wuxin looked at Lin Feng angrily and quickly covered his body with his hands. Even his undergarments were pulled off. One could imagine what happened last night. I drank too much. Lin Feng patted his head. Seeing Lung Wuxin's murderous gaze, he quickly ran out of the cave where he was resting. Lung Wuxin gritted her teeth in hatred, but she was also extremely shy. She didn't have any good feelings towards men. But obviously, something that shouldn't have happened last night. Lung Wuxin even saw some red marks on his body. They really looked like hickeys. Lung Wuxin even had the heart to die. The only thing that made Lung Wuxin feel a little relieved was that his clothes were not taken off by Lin Feng. Fortunately, he didn't suffer the most serious violation. After putting on his clothes, Lung Wuxin rushed out angrily. I'm going to kill you. Lung Wuxin chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly ran away and said as he ran, what happened last night was a misunderstanding. Who still remembers what happened? Let's just pretend that nothing happened and forget about what happened last night. You're still talking. Lung Wuxin gritted his teeth in anger, wishing that he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. She had never thought that such a day would come. With a man, that kind of thing would happen. Although her bottom line had not been crossed, but his body was exposed. The hickeys and even some bruises on his body were enough to show how intense and crazy the battle last night was. To Lung Wuxin, many things that she had once held on to had collapsed in an instant. I won't say any more, as long as it can calm you down. Lin Feng shouted. Lung Wuxin said, hatefully, I knew you were up to no good. You gave me wine yesterday because you wanted to get me drunk and do something shameful. I was actually tricked by you. Lin Feng felt wronged. The wine was indeed given by him. But yesterday, you were the one who showed off. When you drank a jar, I even advised you not to drink anymore. But you just had to drink. Moreover, after drinking the second jar, he wanted a third jar. I didn't want to give it to you, and you even threatened to beat me up. Well, you can drink as much as you want. You can have as much wine as you want. Because he drank too much, something happened. You actually came to blame me? However, Lin Feng did not say these words out loud. Men and women quarreled, no matter who was right or wrong. It was right for a man to admit his mistake. Never try to reason with a woman. This was because an angry woman could not be reasoned with. They wouldn't listen to any reason. You go and reason with them. It would only enrage the other party even more. Therefore, Lin Feng stopped talking and ran away quickly. Lung Wuxin scolded Lin Feng as he chased after Lin Feng. Look, isn't that the palace of Cold Blood's great elder, Lung Wuxin, and that unknown kid, Lung Wuxin, looks like he wants to kill someone. Did that kid offend Lung Wuxin? This was Zhang Qingyuan's group. When they saw Lin Feng and Lung Wuxin, one of the immortal state cultivators said. Zhang Qingyuan said, "The palace of Cold Blood is a bunch of crazy women. They will kill you if they don't agree with you. It's best if both of them are injured and die. Then we don't have to do anything. It's possible that the kid was killed by Lung Wuxin, but it's impossible for both of them to be injured. Lung Wuxin is the strongest among us. He's one step into the true immortal state," one of the immortal state cultivators said. "Then think of a way to lure Lung Wuxin to the mountain range we prepared beforehand. That place is specially prepared for Lung Wuxin," Zhang Qingyuan said with a sinister smile. After Lin Feng ran for a day, Lung Wuxin seemed to have calmed down a little. She stopped scolding Lin Feng. Lin Feng finally dared to speak. He said, "Fairy Lung, I was wrong. You're as beautiful as a fairy, and I've admired you for a long time. I couldn't control myself after drinking, so I did something I shouldn't have done. I deserve to die. However, we're in a dangerous situation now, so the most important thing now is to find a way to get out of the Netherworld cave. I won't complain if you want to kill me or torture me." Lung Wuxin snorted and stopped chasing after Lin Feng. Lin Feng let out a long breath. This great ant had finally calmed down. However, Lung Wuxin's cold expression made Lin Feng's heart beat faster. She wouldn't suddenly go crazy, would she? Fortunately, Lung Wuxin didn't attack him again. She just remained cold and didn't say a word to Lin Feng. She was like an iceberg. Actually, Lin Feng didn't know that Lung Wuxin's heart was in a mess. A woman's heart was sensitive. Women were also the most sensitive. Lung Wuxin once thought that she had cut off her relationship. However, she realized that it wasn't the case at all. After having an ambiguous relationship with Lin Feng, Lung Wuxin's heart was in a mess. Now, he had a cold look on his face. She didn't want to expose the panic in her heart. Lin Feng and Lung Wuxin finally regained their temporary peace. They came to a small stream to rest while thinking about their next plan. At this moment, a group of people flew over from afar. It was Zhang Qingyuan and the others. "What are you doing here?" Lung Wuxin looked at Zhang Qingyuan and the others coldly. Zhang Qingyuan quickly said, "Please don't misunderstand. We didn't seek refuge with the Nether Lord. With your cultivation base, you can easily sense that we're free now, and there's no Nether demonic slave, oath rune in our bodies." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Indeed, you didn't become a Nether demonic slave. Didn't you say that you wanted to seek refuge with the Nether Lord? Why? The Nether Lord didn't take a liking to you." Uff! Lung Wuxin couldn't help but laugh when she heard Lin Feng's words. She immediately realized that something was wrong and returned to her cold self. Lin Feng was secretly delighted. Lung Wuxin used to be an unreasonable woman. Now, she was finally a little more human. It seemed like the time she spent with him wasn't in vain. Zhang Qingyuan secretly hated Lin Feng for mocking them, but he didn't show it on his face. He said, "Fellow cultivator, you're making fun of us. We've discussed it carefully and decided not to seek refuge with the Nether Lord. Who doesn't have dignity when they've cultivated to our level? We'd rather die standing than live kneeling." Lin Feng said with a smile, "Fellow cultivator, you're really heroic. I'm impressed." Zhang Qingyuan hurriedly cupped his fists together and said, "I'm still lacking compared to you, fellow Taoist. We've already contacted a few other fellow Taoists to discuss the matter of dealing with the Nether Lord. I wonder if the two of you are willing to come with us to discuss this matter? Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course." After that, Lin Feng and Lung Wuxin followed Zhang Qingyuan and the others and flew into the distance. Zhang Qingyuan and the others looked at each other. Then, they quietly led Lin Feng and Lung Wuxin to the mountain range where they had set up the ultimate killing formation beforehand. "Fellow cultivators are in the mountain range. Let's go in," Zhang Qingyuan said. "Please lead the way," Lin Feng said politely. "You're welcome, fellow cultivator," Zhang Qingyuan said with a meaningful smile. Lin Feng and Lung Wuxin followed Zhang Qingyuan and the others into the mountain range. Asterisk boom. Asterisk waves of terrifying aura spread out from all directions. Formation runes intertwined and densely packed restrictive formations enveloped the entire mountain range. Everywhere was filled with endless killing intent. This place was densely packed with many terrifying ultimate killing formations. Zhang Qingyuan and the others quickly flew into the distance and left the ultimate killing formation. Lin Feng and Lung Wuxin were trapped in the ultimate killing formation. Chapter 1597. What's the meaning of this? Lin Feng looked indifferently at Zhang Qingyuan and the others who had already retreated from the ultimate killing formation. "Ha ha ha. The Nether Lord ordered us to kill you too in order to become Nether demonic slaves. We had no other choice. We've already used various methods to kill everyone else. Now, only the two of you are left. Once we kill you, everything will be over. As for us, we can continue to live as Nether demonic slaves." Zhang Qingyuan laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng said, "I thought you were cowards who were afraid of death. It's rare for you to be so tough. It turns out that you're scheming. You people are really useless. You can only play some insidious tricks behind people's backs. If I were the Lord of the Netherworld, I would definitely not use trash like you." Zhang Qingyuan said coldly, "Kid, you're already at death's door, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you believe that I can immediately kill you?" Lin Feng scolded. "A trash like you wants to kill us? What a joke. You're courting death. You're courting death. You're courting death. You're already at death's door, yet you're still so arrogant. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant later." Attack. Zhang Qingyuan couldn't help but shout coldly. Then, the 9 powerhouses split up, and each of them took charge of a formation core. These divine state powerhouses had a long lifespan, so they had enough time to cultivate and study alchemy and spiritual formation techniques. Therefore, divine state powerhouses were usually alchemists and spiritual formation masters. For example, the 9 divine state powerhouses in front of them were all spiritual formation masters who were proficient in all kinds of mysterious formations. In their opinion, Lin Feng and Lung Wuxin, who were trapped in the ultimate killing formation, would definitely die this time. Boom, boom, boom. Once the formation was activated, waves after waves of destructive energy swept across the heavens and the earth, surging out. The explosive destructive energy instantly pierced through the void and blasted toward Lin Feng and Lung Wuxin. "Oh no, the formation they set up is very powerful." Lung Wuxin's expression changed. Zhang Qingyuan smiled as he said, "Your insight is much better than that, boys. That's right. The formation we've set up is the 9 Demons Reincarnation Immortal Vanquishing Formation, which was ranked 12th in the ancient era. The 9 of us are suppressing the 9 formation eyes and activating the formation. Its power is boundless, and you too won't be able to escape even if you grow wings." The formation was indeed powerful. Now that it had been activated, Lung Wuxin's expression turned solemn. He was about to make a move to defend against the formation's attack. Lin Feng grabbed Lung Wuxin's hand. "What are you doing?" Lung Wuxin blushed and glared at Lin Feng. "A mere formation can be easily broken. Follow me." Lin Feng grabbed Lung Wuxin and said. Then he began to jump through the array. Lung Wuxin blushed. She didn't struggle and let Lin Feng grab her hand. However, Lung Wuxin's heart was not calm at all. His heart was beating wildly, and he seemed extremely nervous. His mind was blank, and he followed Lin Feng mechanically. "This boy is a bit strange. Kill him with all your might." Zhang Qingyuan couldn't help but shout. The 9 deities frantically activated the formation to kill Lin Feng. However, their formation couldn't hurt Lin Feng at all. If one were to talk about the study of formations, was there anyone who could surpass the Sage clan? Of course not. Zhang Qingyuan and the others were all array masters and array grandmasters. However, in front of Lin Feng, they were displaying their slight skills in front of an expert. Lin Feng only had imperial marks now. It was very difficult for him to break through imperial formations. Ordinary formations were useless against him. After a short time, Lin Feng and Lung Wu Xian came out of the deployment spell. Did they really come out? Lung Wuxin was shocked. "What are you waiting for? Kill the 9 of them," shouted Lin Feng. He took the lead and rushed towards a deity. Lung Wu Xian also came back to her senses. When she came back to her senses, she blushed and glanced at Lin Feng. Then she rushed towards Zhang Qingyuan. Zhang Qingyuan was the strongest among them. He was at the 8th level of the divine fire realm. Kill the leader first. Kill the horse first. Lung Wuxin naturally understood this. After killing Zhang Qingyuan, the others were nothing to worry about. "You schemed against us. You deserve to die," said Lung Wuxin coldly. She raised her right hand and attacked Zhang Qingyuan. This woman was an expert who had 1 foot in the true God realm. Zhang Qingyuan's strength was terrifying, but compared to Lung Wuxin, there was still a huge gap. Zhang Qingyuan had no choice but to fight Lung Wuxin. Bang! The 2 of them attacked each other. Terrifying energies collided. Zhang Qingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was also sent flying. His face was deathly pale. He turned around and ran away, but Lung Wuxin wouldn't let him go. Lung Wuxin quickly caught up and killed Zhang Qingyuan with 3 consecutive palms. "Fellow Zhang is dead. Let's run." When the others saw Zhang Qingyuan being killed by Lung Wuxin, they didn't dare to continue fighting. They were so scared that they turned around and ran away. However, they didn't manage to escape. Lin Feng killed 4 deities. Lung Wuxin, on the other hand, had taken care of 5 God Realm warriors, including Zhang Qingyuan. The 9 deity realm experts were all killed. "Don't waste the God's source," said Lin Feng. He sealed the God's source. Then he took their storage rings. Lung Wuxin didn't take the God's source, but she took 5 storage rings. "We can't stay here. Let's go," said Lin Feng. Lung Wuxin nodded. She was about to leave with Lin Feng. Suddenly, black fog rolled in the distance. A hazy figure walked out from the world of black fog. Survival of the fittest. Only the strongest cultivators can survive. Only the strongest cultivators are qualified to become my slaves. As for you 2, one of you is good at deployment spells, and the other is extremely strong. I'm going to spare your lives, said Lin Feng. The Netherlord's voice was heard. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Thank you, Lord Netherlord. Since you're going to spare our lives, please open the exit." The Netherlord was speechless. He said in a deep voice, "Boy, are you really stupid or just pretending?" When I said I'll spare your lives, I'm asking you to acknowledge me as your master and become my demonic slaves. Lung Wuxin looked indifferent. She was about to say something, but Lin Feng gave her a look to stop her. Lung Wuxin snorted softly, but she didn't disobey Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Oh, so that's what you mean. I'm stupid. I didn't understand what you meant." The Netherlord said with a smile, "It's not too late to understand now." Lin Feng despised the Netherlord in his heart. This guy was bad, but he seemed to be a little stupid. Lin Feng planned to get some information from the stupid Netherlord. He asked, "What are we supposed to do for you after we become your demonic slaves?" Chapter 1598. You'll enter the endless underworld and participate in the divine war. The Netherlord said, "Endless underworld? Divine war? What the hell is that?" Lin Feng asked. The Netherlord said, "Everyone in the endless underworld is the Netherlord's devil slave. There will be a ranking every 10 million years. The Netherlords who rank in the top 10 will not only receive various rewards, but these 10 Netherlords will also step down from their positions as Netherlords and take on other positions." Lin Feng basically understood what was going on. These Netherlords guarding the world passage were equivalent to being imprisoned. They had no freedom. They also yearned for freedom. The divine war in the endless underworld was the only way for them to obtain their freedom. Therefore, they needed to find powerful slaves, help them participate in the divine war, help them earn points. There's a limit to the number of people who can participate in the divine war. Zhang Qingyuan and the rest of the trash want to become my slaves? They're really overestimating themselves. The two of you already have the qualifications. Kneel down and swear to become my nether demonic slaves. The Netherlord looked at Lin Feng and Lung Wuxin with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng said, "I have another question." The Netherlord said impatiently, "Why do you have so many questions? Hurry up and ask. Don't wear out my patience." Lin Feng asked, "What benefits will we get if we participate in the divine war?" The Netherlord said eerily, "The benefit is that you'll regain your freedom after 1,000,000 years. Freedom is such a precious thing. It's something that drives people crazy. Compared to freedom, nothing is worth mentioning. Let's go." Lin Feng whispered to Lung Wuxin, "Be careful." Lung Wuxin hesitated for a moment before he flew away. You want to leave? How dare you resist me? You're courting death." The Netherlord shouted angrily when he saw Lung Wuxin leaving. Endless black fog swept toward Lin Feng and Lung Wuxin. Heavenly flames incinerate the heavens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng took out 3 types of celestial fire. Heavenly flames incinerate the heavens. Chi, chi, the black mist that was summoned by the Netherlord began to burn. Heavenly flames. And 3 kinds of heavenly flames at that. How can someone refine so much heavenly fire? The Netherlord cried out in disbelief. He had lived for an extremely long time. He knew a lot more secrets than most people, but it was precisely because he knew so many secrets. The Netherlord finally understood how precious the heavenly fire was. The further one cultivated, the more crucial the heavenly fire would be. Especially when one became a sovereign, the heavenly fire would play a decisive role. It was just that many people didn't know this. Refining a type of heavenly flame was something that would cause smoke to rise from their ancestors' graves. Lin Feng had actually refined 3 types of heavenly flames. How could the Netherlord not be shocked? Ha! Netherlord, you're a Een spirit. It will be restrained by my heavenly fire. Lin Feng said with a laugh. The Netherlord's expression immediately turned cold as he said disdainfully, "So what if you're Een spirit? So what if you're restrained by the heavenly fire. Your cultivation base is too weak. It's a waste for the heavenly fire to be in your hands. Then, the Netherlord made a series of hand seals with both of his hands. Hundreds of millions of hand seals. They condensed and formed. Nether Ghost Sea. The Netherlord sneered. With a wave of his hand, a boundless sea appeared. The sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The sea was densely packed with ghosts and monsters. Een soldiers, malicious spirits, evil spirits, skeleton ghosts. All kinds of ghosts and monsters charged toward Lin Feng as their battle cries shook the sky. F***CK. Lin Feng withdrew the heavenly fire and turned around to run. The Netherlord was too powerful. Although he had mastered the heavenly fire that could restrain the Netherlord, there was still a huge gap between him and the Netherlord. Seeing Lin Feng turn around and run, the Netherlord shouted coldly, "Boy, you're really a coward." "Coward my ass. You're at the F***King True God stage, while I'm only at the Void God stage. There's a difference of dozens of levels between me and you. Am I supposed to stay here and wait for death if I don't run?" Lin Feng cursed. "How dare you insult me? You're digging your own grave. You won't be able to escape. I'm going to eat you." The Netherlord quickly chased after him. One was running while the other was chasing. The Netherlord's speed was very fast, but Lin Feng was not slow either. The Netherlord chased after Lin Feng for more than 2 hours, but he still could not catch up to him. This made the Netherlord unusually depressed. He was only chasing after an ant. He actually chased after him for such a long time. It made the Netherlord feel an urge to go crazy. Boom! A terrifying aura came from afar. Lung Wuxin used his magic energy to wrap around the soul-sealing stone and rushed over. "How dare you plot against me?" The Netherlord finally understood everything. Lung Wuxin's early departure and Lin Feng's delaying of the battle. It was all to buy time for Lung Wuxin. It allowed Lung Wuxin to collect the soul-sealing stone to deal with him. "Netherlord, let us go. We'll mind our own business. If you insist on forcing us, then we'll fight to the death." Lung Wuxin said coldly, "How dare you two ants threaten me? Who do you think you are? Do you think you can defeat me just because you have the soul-sealing stone? If that's the case, then you're gravely mistaken. I'm the Netherworld envoy of the underworld, an immortal existence. I'm going to eat you today." The Netherlord was infuriated. He took a step forward and slammed his palm toward Lung Wuxin. In the Netherlord's opinion, Lin Feng was nothing to be afraid of at all. After all, Lin Feng was only at the virtual god stage. The only threat was Lung Wuxin. No matter what, Lung Wuxin's cultivation base was at the half-step true god stage. Moreover, the soul-sealing stone was still in Lung Wuxin's hands. "Kill!" Lung Wuxin could not help but shout coldly. He activated the soul-sealing stone and slammed it toward the Netherlord. Bang! The Netherlord's attack collided with Lung Wuxin's soul-sealing stone. The sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. The sun and moon dimmed as the ground caved in. Thump, 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 thump. Lung Wuxin was pushed back. Barf! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the Netherlord was pushed back a few steps, it was apparent that his injuries were not serious. "Insects, no matter what you do, you can't fight against me. Only death awaits you in front of me," said Lin Feng coldly. The Netherlord's voice seemed to have drifted out from hell. It was filled with endless killing intent that sent chills down one's spine. Endless demonic mist rolled around his body. The Netherlord walked toward Lung Wuxin step by step. Lung Wuxin was communicating with the soul-sealing stone. It would take some time. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and activated the 9 demons painting to attack the Netherlord. Emperor Weapon. Boy, you have many treasures, but they're useless. Your cultivation base is too low. The Netherlord sneered and slammed his palm toward Lin Feng. Bang! As if he was struck by lightning, Lin Feng was sent flying several thousand meters away. The 9 demons painting became extremely dim. His body crashed into a mountain and collapsed it. Then he was submerged in the ruins. He remained motionless. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Chapter 1599. How dare an ant like you attack me? Consider yourself lucky that I'll kill you with a single palm strike. The Netherlord sneered and walked toward Lung Wuxin. Lung Wuxin was furious and anxious when she saw Lin Feng was sent flying a few thousand meters away by the Netherlord's palm strike. She did not know if he was still alive or not. I'll kill you, Lung Wuxin shouted angrily and controlled the soul-sealing stone to attack the Netherlord. Humph! With your cultivation base, you're still far from it. The Netherlord sneered again and again. It was obvious that he did not take Lung Wuxin seriously. He charged forward quickly and slapped 9 times in a row. Bang! 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 A series of violent collisions echoed in the air. Both of them fought fiercely. The Netherlord was indeed powerful, even though the soul-sealing stone had a strong suppressive effect on him. It could even hurt him. However, with his powerful strength, the Netherlord still managed to gain a huge advantage in the collisions. Lung Wuxin was sent flying again. I'm willing to use my life force to strengthen the soul-sealing stone. Lung Wuxin began to burn her life force crazily. She knew that this battle had reached a critical moment. The Netherlord was too powerful. It was too difficult to defeat him. She could only fight with her life on the line. Otherwise, death would be the only way out for her. As Lung Wuxin burned a large amount of her life force, waves of powerful life origin energy surged out and was poured into the soul-sealing stone by Lung Wuxin. The soul-sealing stone's power increased tremendously after receiving the support of this energy. Lung Wuxin was fighting with her life force. She did not stop burning her life force. Instead, the burning of her life force became more and more intense. She controlled the soul-sealing stone and charged toward the Netherlord again. Under the support of the energy from burning her life force, a shocking scene appeared. The runes on the soul-sealing stone were flashing. One after another, the runes emitted extremely terrifying ripples. The soul-sealing stone's runes were awakened. The Netherlord's expression changed abruptly. This crazy woman, she's fighting without any regard for her life. How many years of her life force did she burn to awaken the soul-sealing stone's runes? The Netherlord's expression was extremely gloomy. He did not want to go head-on against the soul-sealing stone. After the runes of the Forbidden Soul Stone were awakened, their power would increase crazily. The soul-sealing stone was no longer the same as before. It was far from being comparable to the previous soul-sealing stone. The Netherlord wanted to evade the soul-sealing stone's attack, but Lung Wuxin did not give him the opportunity to do so. Lung Wuxin was also an experienced fighter. Naturally, she knew that it was the best opportunity to kill the Netherlord during the period when the soul-sealing stone's runes appeared. If the runes on the Forbidden Soul Stone disappeared, at that time, all hope would be lost. Boom! The soul-suppressing stone fell from the sky and suppressed the Netherlord. When the Netherlord saw that he could not avoid it, he condensed a Lord of Hell. Lord of Hell, the Sovereign of Hell. The Lord of Hell was about 100 meters tall, and it let out a series of roars. The Lord of Hell's body emitted a monstrous aura. The Lord of Hell glanced around. The void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Hell was the core of the underworld. It was said that the legendary river of forgetfulness, the Bridge of Helplessness, the Hall of Hell, and even the 6 paths of reincarnation were all in hell. In the myths and legends, hell was divided into 18 levels. It was natural. There were 18 lords of hell. Each of the 18 lords of hell controlled a level of hell. No one knew which lord of hell's silhouette the Netherlord had summoned. This silhouette was ancient, weathered, powerful, and immortal. It made one unable to even think of fighting against it. Bang, bang, bang. The Lord of Hell's silhouette collided with the soul-sealing stone again and again. Both of them collided for a total of 365 rounds. Lung Wuxin suffered a backlash from the soul-sealing stone. She spat out mouthfuls of blood, and her face was pale. However, the illusory figure of the Lord of Hell was beginning to dim and lose its luster. Origin core ignition. Women were much more ruthless than men when they were ruthless. For example, Lung Wuxin began to burn her divine origin to activate the soul-sealing stone. Her origin core was injured. It was a fatal blow to a cultivator. To a cultivator, burning their divine origin would cause them to suffer from chi deviation if they were not careful. They would die a horrible death. Moreover, after burning their divine origin, their body would fall into a weak state for a long time. Moreover, even if they were lucky enough to survive. However, in the future, their cultivation base might not be able to improve for the rest of their lives. After burning the divine origin, the soul-sealing stone's power increased greatly. The runes that were about to disappear became dazzling again. The soul-sealing stone shattered the Lord of Hell's silhouette into pieces. Then the soul-sealing stone charged toward the Netherlord. Clang, clang, clang. The soul-sealing stone bombarded the Netherlord's body again and again. The runes emitted waves of terrifying energy that surged into the Netherlord's body. The Netherlord let out a shrill scream. His body was cracking open. The Netherlord's aura became weaker and weaker. Obviously, the soul-sealing stone caused severe damage to the Netherlord. "You crazy woman, die for me!" The Netherlord roared in exasperation. He could not even remember when was the last time he was hurt like this. The Netherlord went all out. His body was enveloped by a ball of flame. The Netherlord was burning his divine origin. The Netherlord's combat strength had increased tremendously. He struck out 3 palm strikes consecutively. The soul-sealing stone was sent flying. Then the Netherlord arrived in front of Lung Wuxin. His palm struck Lung Wuxin's body hard. Crack, crack. Lung Wuxin was sent flying. Nobody knew how many of his bones were broken. His body fell to the ground uncontrollably. He coughed out blood in midair and fell to the ground. He could not move at all. "I'll take your life." The Netherlord walked toward Lung Wuxin, step by step like the Grim Reaper from hell. Lung Wuxin's face was pale. His face was filled with despair. Before he died, Lin Feng's figure appeared in his mind. For a moment, he felt like he was going to hell with Lin Feng. He did not have any regrets, even if he died. The Netherlord raised his right hand and was about to strike Lung Wuxin. Bang! In the distance, rubble pierced the sky. Lin Feng stepped forward. Boy, you're still alive. You're really lucky." The Netherlord looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng walked toward the Netherlord step by step. "Netherlord, let's fight to the death." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "How dare an ant like you say you're going to fight to the death with me? Are you worthy?" The Netherlord said disdainfully. He raised his right hand and struck toward Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng with a single palm strike. Boom! At the same time, the sovereign blood in Lin Feng's body began to circulate wildly. Purple domineering aura seeped out of his body. heaven, and earth seemed to have frozen at that moment. It was as if everything was still. The gigantic energy hand condensed by the Netherlord was swept by the domineering aura from Lin Feng's body and instantly shattered. Chapter 1600. Domineering. You actually possess domineering aura. It's purple domineering aura. This is the most powerful supreme domineering aura among the 9 types of domineering aura. The Netherlord's face was filled with shock when he saw the domineering aura emanating from Lin Feng's body. Domineering aura was extremely rare. It was already good enough for one cultivator to possess domineering aura among hundreds of millions of cultivators. What more supreme domineering aura? Since ancient times, there was not much supreme domineering aura. People who possessed the supreme being aura were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Now he had witnessed the legendary supreme domineering aura. How could the Netherlord not be shocked? He broke through to the godly realm at such a young age. It's impossible for him to comprehend domineering aura with his cultivation base at such a young age, unless he's a possessor of innate domineering aura. What kind of clan is he from? He actually possesses innate domineering aura. Moreover, the innate domineering aura he possesses is the legendary supreme domineering aura. Countless thoughts flashed through the Netherlord's mind. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. However, the Netherlord's eyes were filled with endless killing intent soon after. Since he had already offended Lin Feng, he might as well kill him directly. This was the best way to get rid of him once and for all. What if he let the tiger return to the mountain and seek revenge in the future? The Netherlord's heart was filled with killing intent when he thought of this. He immediately soared into the sky and charged toward Lin Feng, possessor of supreme domineering aura. Long Wuxin supported her body with difficulty. She looked at Lin Feng in shock. Her second sister, Long Wushuang, was powerful. During the ancient times, she was almost invincible and was famous in hundreds of millions of star regions. The reason was that Long Wushuang was also a possessor of domineering aura. However, the domineering aura that Long Wushuang possessed was transparent. 9 types of domineering aura. Transparent: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple domineering aura. The weakest domineering aura was transparent aura. However, she had only mastered the transparent aura. During the ancient times, Long Wushuang had also relied on the transparent aura to repeatedly defeat the strong. Challenging those who were stronger than her was a piece of cake for her. Those who had not mastered the domineering aura, they would never know how terrifying it was. Once the domineering aura was truly activated, it would not only be oppressive aura. The user's combat strength would be enhanced. It would be enhanced. The transparent haki was worlds apart from Lin Feng's supreme purple haki. Such a powerful domineering aura. One has to be at least at the heavenly deity realm to be able to use it freely, right? Now that he's activated the purple chi in his body, he'll definitely pay a huge price. Long Wuxin couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng. She didn't even know why she cared about Lin Feng. Long Wuxin found an excuse for himself. He was concerned about Lin Feng because Lin Feng had won. The 2 of them could survive. If Lin Feng was defeated, the 2 of them would die. Boy, taste my health cycle / The Netherlord let out a ferocious laugh. He gathered his supreme superpower and charged toward Lin Feng. That terrifying attack seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth. It tore apart the heavens and shattered the universe. A single strike landed, slaying gods and vanquishing demons. Lin Feng's eyes seemed to have lost focus. The supreme purple domineering aura lingered around his body. Every step seemed to be so difficult. He took a step forward with great difficulty. Every time Lin Feng took a step forward, the domineering aura in his body would become more powerful. Bang! The Netherlord's attack blasted toward him. Once again, it collided with the supreme purple domineering aura that was emitted from Lin Feng's body. A terrifying scene appeared. The supreme purple domineering aura instantly shattered the Netherlord's attack. Lin Feng took a step forward. The domineering aura overflowed and swept toward the Netherlord's body. It directly sent the Netherlord flying. Barf! The Netherlord spat out a mouthful of blood. As powerful as he was also severely injured, as expected of the supreme purple domineering aura. It's really powerful. Boy, taste my Nether Ghost Sea. The Netherlord roared. He gathered the Nether Ghost Sea to deal with Lin Feng. He had used this attack before. However, when Lin Feng saw the Netherlord using the Nether Ghost Sea, he didn't fight the Netherlord at all. Instead, he turned around and ran away. Now, the Netherlord unleashed the Nether Sea receding technique again. Een Soldier, Ghost General, Evil Spirit, Hostile Spirit, Skeleton Ghost, an army of thousands. All kinds of ghosts and monsters charged toward Lin Feng. The void was crushed by the army. Eat that boy. I want to drink that boy's blood. I want his soul. Become one of us, said Lin Feng. The densely packed ghosts and monsters laughed ferociously. They instantly charged toward him. However, when those ghosts and monsters collided with Lin Feng's supreme purple domineering aura, hundreds of millions of ghosts and monsters, they were reduced to ashes. The supreme purple domineering aura was really too powerful. Any attack that came into contact with the supreme purple domineering aura would only be destroyed. Eat my fist. Lin Feng took a step forward and swung his right fist toward the Netherlord. Bang! This attack landed directly on the Netherlord's body and blasted him away. Crack! Crack! The Netherlord's body began to crack. The Netherlord was so furious that he was about to go mad. He roared furiously, "If it wasn't for the fact that I've injured my origin, I would only have 30% of my combat strength left now. What can you do to me, even if you have the supreme purple aura? I can still kill you with ease. What's the point of saying all these useless things? Even if you were an overlord before, what's the use of losing the combat strength of an overlord now?" Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He charged forward and threw another punch at the Netherlord. The supreme purple domineering aura lingered on Lin Feng's fist. The supreme purple domineering aura accompanied Lin Feng's punch and blasted into the Netherlord's body. Bang! The Netherlord's body immediately exploded. "I can't believe I was hurt by an ant like you. I'm an immortal existence. You can't kill me." The Netherlord's body reassembled. His face was filled with a ferocious expression. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "I'll destroy your origin first and push your cultivation base below the divine realm. I'll have my ways to kill you then. What a joke. How long can your supreme purple domineering aura last? You haven't destroyed my origin yet, but your body can no longer support the circulation of the supreme purple domineering aura. Let's see who dies first." The Netherlord's eyes were filled with coldness. "Then let's see who dies first." Lin Feng's killing intent soared to the sky. At this moment, Lin Feng could not back down. Whoever backed down first and revealed a flaw would definitely be the defeated party. In fact, Lin Feng was already at his limit. Lung Wuxin seemed to have sensed that Lin Feng's body was not in a good condition. She shouted, "It's not good for either of us to suffer. Netherlord, let us go and we'll end today's matter here." What do you think? What do you say? The Netherlord looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Although he could not wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces, it was just as Lung Wuxin had said. The Netherlord did not want to fight until both of them suffered. I agree to this suggestion, Lin Feng said. The Netherlord glanced at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. With a wave of his right hand, a distorted vortex appeared. Lin Feng grabbed Lung Wuxin and rushed into the vortex. Swoosh! With a flash of light, he and Lung Wuxin left the Netherworld cave. Then, both of them fell into the mountain forest. Lin Feng was lying on the ground. He could barely move. An unprecedented sense of weakness swept through his body, causing him to pass out instantly. Chapter 16:01. After Lin Feng broke through to the Nihility God realm, he had no problem using his qi. However, it was too difficult for him to use his purple qi. The heavenly god realm was a threshold. It was the threshold to not suffer a backlash when using the purple qi. Lin Feng suffered a backlash and fell into a weakened state. The purple qi was not something that could be used casually. Once Lin Feng used his purple qi, if he didn't manage to kill his opponent, he would be attacked by his purple qi. Even a small cultivator could kill Lin Feng. Moreover, many people liked to kill geniuses who had yet to mature. They would steal their treasures, abilities, and wealth. They would steal their luck. If the fact that Lin Feng had the purple qi was exposed, extraterrestrial beings, heavenly demons, all the major forces in the Jojo continent, countless people wanted to kill Lin Feng. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng slowly woke up. He opened his eyes and found himself in a cave. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He realized that his body had been imprisoned. He did not need to think to know who did it. It was definitely that crazy woman, Lung Wuxin. Have you thought about how you want to die? Lung Wuxin, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, saw Lin Feng wake up and walked over. She held a dagger and pressed it against Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. No way. Beauty, you're killing the donkey after it has left the millstone. That's that. The matter in the Netherworld cave has been settled. Now it's between you and me. Lung Wuxin looked extremely cold. Lin Feng wailed in his heart. He was in trouble now. What good would come of falling into the hands of that crazy woman? Beauty, please don't kill me. I'll do anything for you, Lin Feng said as he tried to break the restriction on his body. Lung Wuxin sneered. You really are a coward. I haven't even made a move yet, and you're already so scared. Lin Feng replied, whether or not I'm afraid of death depends on the situation and who I'm facing. I'd rather die than submit when I'm facing trash like the Netherlord. Naturally, I'd beg for mercy when I'm facing you. It's not a shameful thing to beg for mercy from a beautiful woman, as expected of a bastard who hangs out with that bastard Yuan Beixian. He's obviously not a good person. Lung Wuxin glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Beauty, even if Yuan Beixian and I are friends, I really don't know how he offended your palace of cold blood. I don't have any grudges with your palace of cold blood, right? Lung Wuxin said coldly. So what if I'm implicated? The palace of cold blood does not need to explain anything to you. Lin Feng was speechless. He said, even if you want me to die, you should at least let me know how I died, right? What kind of grudge does Yuan Beixian have with your palace of cold blood for you to hate him so much? Can you tell me? Lung Wuxin fell silent for a moment, then said, Yuan Beixian isn't human. He deceived my eldest sister's feelings and caused her to commit suicide. That Lin Feng was at a loss for words. The most difficult thing to deal with in the world was the relationship between a man and a woman. However, Lin Feng felt that Yuan Beixian was a very heroic and straightforward person. Someone with such a character. He didn't seem like someone who would toy with a woman's feelings. Was there a hidden story behind this? Lin Feng asked, "Did you see your eldest sister commit suicide with your own eyes?" "I was only 3 years old when she died, so of course I didn't see it with my own eyes. However, this is what my second sister said, so it can't be false," Leng Wuxin said coldly. Lin Feng had already met Leng Wuxin's second sister, Leng Wushuang, before. She was a demoness who killed without batting an eyelid. He seemed to be very scheming. Lin Feng said calmly, "Sometimes you can't easily determine whether something is true or false if you don't see it with your own eyes. Sometimes, even if you see it with your own eyes, it might not be the truth." "Are you saying that my second sister lied to me? If you dare to sow discord between my second sister and me, I'll gouge out your eyes and cut off your tongue right now." Leng Wuxin glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Lin Feng shouted, "I'm innocent. I didn't mean that. You were the one who said it. So what does it have to do with me?" Leng Wuxin snorted, "You were the one who said it. As expected, men aren't good people." Lin Feng was speechless. This woman was too extreme. I'm about to break through this crazy woman's restrictions." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. When Lin Feng didn't say anything, Leng Wuxin said coldly, "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you up to no good again?" Lin Feng hurriedly said, "I'm already in your hands, so I wouldn't dare to do anything bad. Why don't we make a deal?" "What deal?" Leng Wuxin asked. "Let me go. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will agree to any conditions you raise." "What do you think?" Lin Feng said. Leng Wuxin said coldly, "Why don't I just kill you and take your treasures?" Crack! At that moment, Leng Wuxin's restrictions were broken through by Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his hand as fast as lightning and tapped Leng Wuxin's left chest. Immediately, a powerful force dispersed Leng Wuxin's magic power. "Bastard! Bastard! How dare you plot against me?" Leng Wuxin screamed and stabbed her dagger at Lin Feng. Lin Feng snatched the dagger from Leng Wuxin's hand and threw it away. "You people from the Palace of Cold Blood are all lunatics and cold-blooded animals. Especially you. Young master saved your life, but not only did you not thank me, you even attacked me? Do you think I have a good temper?" Lin Feng pressed Leng Wuxin under his body. He then pressed her hands down, making it hard for her to move. It was a position that would make one's heart beat faster. After being captured by Lin Feng, Leng Wuxin panicked. In particular, his current posture was truly unsightly. "Let me go, and we'll forget our grudges. From now on, you go your way, and I'll go mine. What do you think?" Leng Wuxin said, "Tisk tsk. You think that's possible?" Lin Feng harumphed. "Could it be that you want to kill me? Think carefully. My sister is a peak heavenly god. If you kill me, no one can save you." Leng Wuxin said coldly, "How could I bear to kill you? Do you remember what happened that night?" Lin Feng said with a smile. Thinking about what happened that night, Leng Wuxin's face flushed red. "You and I were in a daze that night. We don't remember what happened, but today we're both very clear-headed, looking at the beautiful scenery outside. Why don't we do something special?" Lin Feng said with a smile, "Bastard, let me go." Leng Wuxin's face turned pale. There was panic and fear. However, Leng Wuxin realized that she was actually looking forward to it. She realized that she couldn't face her own thoughts. Her heart was in a mess. Chapter 1602. During this time, there had been more than one battle in the Northern Sea. Leng Wushuang had killed many deities from the Outer Realm, 9 provinces, and sky demons. This had enraged the factions behind the cultivators who had been killed, and they had sent experts to retaliate. However, all the experts who had gone to deal with Lung Wushuang had died tragically. It was only then that the Outer Realm, 9 Provinces cultivators, and sky demons realized that there was such a terrifying existence in the northern lands of the Tianwu continent. Many people were talking about Palace, Master, Merciless Massacre. It had all started because the Outer Realm, sky demons, and 9 Provinces cultivators had killed the cultivators of the Palace of Cold Blood to steal the Dao Source Stone. Lung Wushuang's power had shaken them to their core. Even the Outer Realm, sky demons, and 9 Provinces cultivators didn't dare to provoke Palace, Master, Merciless. Lung Wuxin returned to the Palace of Cold Blood. "Grand Elder, you're back. The Palace Master wants to see you," said an elder when he saw Lung Wuxin. Lung Wuxin nodded. "I'll go see the Palace Master now." She headed straight for the Shrine of Cold Blood. When she arrived outside, Lung Wuxin called out, "Elder sister, I'm here." "All right, come in." Lung Wushuang's voice rang out. Lung Wuxin entered the shrine. "Elder sister, did you kill that bastard Yuan Beixian?" asked Lung Wuxin. Lung Wushuang's back was facing Lung Wuxin as she looked at a painting of a dragon flying into the sky. She was silent for a moment before saying, "Killing him is easier said than done." "Oh." Lung Wuxin didn't say anything else. Lung Wushuang turned around. She looked at Lung Wuxin, about to say something. Suddenly, Lung Wushuang's eyes turned extremely cold. She rushed to Lung Wuxin's side and said coldly, "What's going on?" "You lost your virginity to a man." Lung Wuxin lowered her head and said, "I've already taken care of this matter." "You've taken care of it? You're lying. Tell me, who was it? Who was that man?" Lung Wushuang's body emitted boundless killing intent. "I've already killed him." Lung Wuxin said, "For a man, you actually deceived your own sister." Lung Wushuang glared at Lung Wuxin. Lung Wuxin bit his lips and didn't answer. "Good. Very good. How dare you protect him like this? You threw Lung Wuxin into the frigid ice dungeon to wake her up until she speaks." Lung Wushuang screamed angrily. "Yes, Palace Lord." Within the void, a bright light flashed. An old woman who looked like a malicious spirit appeared. "Third Miss, I'm sorry." The old woman let out a sinister laugh as she gently swiped her shriveled right hand through the air. Chi lost suddenly. The void was torn apart, and a hazy cage appeared. That was the ice prison. Lung Wuxin was thrown into the ice dungeon. Lin Feng quietly returned to the country of desire. He began to prepare for the 10-year life and death duel with Huangfu Qingtian. This battle could be said to be a highly anticipated battle. Huangfu Qingtian was Panga's successor. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was like a dazzling star. In just 10 years, he had rapidly risen to become an existence that no one dared to ignore. This life and death duel could be said to be a duel between the 2 strongest geniuses of the younger generation in the Tianwu continent. Huangfu Qingtian came out of seclusion. He came to the Ragnarok Arena in the center of the Zhongzhou continent. It was rumored the Ragnarok Arena was built in the ancient times. It was also a place where godly realm experts settled their grudges and had a life and death duel. "Lin Feng, I'll wait for you in the Ragnarok Arena. It's been 10 years. I've allowed you to live for 10 more years. This time, I'll personally take your head." Huangfu Qingtian stood in the Ragnarok Arena like a great emperor looking around. He had the bearing of an emperor. No one dared to underestimate Huangfu Qingtian. Even the successors of the most powerful clans in the Zhongzhou continent didn't dare to underestimate Huangfu Qingtian. If Lin Feng hadn't destroyed Huangfu Qingtian's inheritance of the Yuanshi Tianzuan, No one knew how powerful Huangfu Qingtian was now. Soon, the news that Huangfu Qingtian stood in the Ragnarok arena and provoked Lin Feng quickly spread throughout the Tianwu continent. Countless people were talking about this matter, whether it was the forces of the Tianwu continent or the extraterrestrial creatures, heavenly demons, the forces of the Jiuzhou continent. This life and death duel attracted a lot of attention. The Tianwu continent is a barren place, but it actually produced two heaven-defying geniuses. Now that these two geniuses are going to fight to the death, it saves us a lot of trouble. Gather the experts and go to the Zhongzhou continent. No matter what the final result is, we must kill them. Such geniuses can't be allowed to live in this world. Top experts of the Jiuzhou continent, extraterrestrial creatures, and heavenly demons all rushed to the Zhongzhou continent to kill Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian. The ancient starship Xianyuan took off from the country of desire and went to the Zhongzhou continent. This time, Shangguan Feier and the others didn't go. They didn't dare to watch the battle. They were afraid that Lin Feng would be killed. They stayed in the country of desire and waited for news. Lin Feng brought Du Zhu, the giant astral beast, the rock demon, and the others. The Zhongzhou continent was very lively because of the battle between Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian. Finally, the day came. The ancient starship Xianyuan tore through the void and arrived at the center of the Zhongzhou continent, where the Ragnarok arena was. Lin Feng walked down from the ancient starship Xianyuan. Lin Feng is here, someone shouted. Countless cultivators looked at Lin Feng in unison. Many people were excited. The peak battle was finally about to begin. You're here. On the Ragnarok arena, Huangfu Qingtian, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. He stood up, looked at Lin Feng, and opened his eyes. It was as if there were two small worlds floating. I'm here. Lin Feng walked toward the Ragnarok arena. Finally, he landed on the Ragnarok arena. Buzz. The Ragnarok arena formed a huge energy shield. This is the death shield. It won't dissipate unless one of them is killed. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian must fight to the death. A cultivator said aloud. This shocked many people. They didn't expect there to be such a request. It seemed that one of them was going to die in this battle. I didn't expect that a little ant from 10 years ago would grow to this level. 10 years ago, you're just an ant in my eyes. 10 years later, you'll still be an ant. Even if I don't have the legacy of Yuanshi, Tianzuan, killing you will still be as easy as stepping on an ant. Huangfu Qingtian looked at Lin Feng contemptuously. His words were full of disdain for Lin Feng.